co-chairs with Gabe Routman. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank everybody for coming. We really appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying the morning sessions. That conversation with Ed Snowden was pretty unreal. Thanks again, Mike German. For lunch today, we're going to be joined by 3 amazing advocates and activists to talk about their work. At CFP, we talk a lot about the chilling effects mass surveillance has on free speech and free expression. This year, we really wanted to highlight who these programs generally target and how they're used to disrupt political movements and perpetuate social inequality based on race, religion, country of origin, and other factors. Our first speaker, Malkia Cyril, is the founder and executive director of the Center for Media Justice and the co-founder of the Media Action Grassroots Network. Malkia is a leader in the movements for Black Lives and media justice and has done extensive writing and public speaking on the history of surveillance of people of color in this country. Our second speaker, Will Potter, is an award-winning investigative journalist and author who specializes in animal rights and, and environmental movements and civil liberties post-September 11th. This year, Will was selected as a TED Senior Fellow and awarded the prestigious Knight Wallace Fellowship in Investigative Reporting. Our last speaker is the president and CEO of Free Press, Craig Aaron. Craig is an author and a former investigative reporter. He's led Free Press since 2011 and has spoken across the country about media activism and the future of journalism and the internet. Today, he will discuss with us how we might truly engage the grassroots to work towards further surveillance reform. So please join me in welcoming Malkia Cyril.
Good afternoon. I hear you. What'd you say? Oh, what's up? Okay. I'm really honored to be here with you today. I'm happy to start us off and really glad to be in the company of such brilliant people. I'm honored to, in particular, to represent those who too often aren't called to this table, aren't heard in these halls. I'm talking about the 450,000 migrants in U.S. detention centers. I'm talking about the 2.2 million people incarcerated in the United States. I'm talking about the 9 million people under the control of the U.S. justice system. I'm talking about the 883 people that have been killed by police as of today, this year. Let that sink in for a minute. 883 people as of today. I'm here for people like my uncle Kamal Siddiqui. He's a former Black Panther who's going to spend the rest of his life in prison for a crime he didn't commit. I'm here for people like my mom, Janet Cyril, also a Black Panther, who faced the FBI head-on when they burst into our home and demanded that she testify against the San Francisco 8 in a secret court proceeding. She said no, and she died 2 weeks later from sickle cell anemia. I'm here for people like Walter Scott, Eric Garner, and 12-year-old Tamir Rice, whose Black bodies were murdered on video and still incited zero police accountability. I'm here for the thousands who have taken to the streets in the name of Black Lives Matter. I'm here for the 200 organizations in the Media Action Grassroots Network. I'm honored to be here today to speak on their behalf with you. So thank you for that. Thank you for having me. Martin Luther King said in 1958, "Everything we see is a shadow cast by that which we do not see." So I hope today I'm a long shadow for you. I'm especially grateful to be here with you today because we're on the precipice of an outstanding political moment. A moment when migrant activists have put their bodies on the line to block deportation buses, when a movement for Black lives has taken to the streets led in large measure by women, queer people, the disabled, and those whose voices are usually ousted from the collective practice of democracy. A moment like 1963, when in all parts of this country, attacks on black bodies by white police officers and vigilantes went unaccounted for, despite being in full view of a historically divided public. Does that sound familiar to you? No, it's a real question. Does it? See, I'm black, in case, I don't know, did you notice that? And so we in the call and response tradition. So actually, when I ask you a question, I do actually expect an answer, so just FYI. 1963, when the US waged a seemingly never-ending war halfway across the world for a democracy that we could not taste, touch, or see right here at home. Does that sound familiar to you? Yeah. 1963, a moment when widespread outrage over these epic inconsistencies between the story of America and her truth transformed into a civil rights movement. We're living in that kind of moment today. We know what this moment looks like because we've lived through it before as a nation. We know that moments like these don't come often, and while it's hot right now, they don't stay. So we have some tough decisions to make. The decentralized power of the internet has made much of this moment possible. But I ask myself, will the technology serve a future of equity and democracy? Will it fuel a new era of civil action, a renaissance of human rights? Or will it drive a widening wealth gap, a more militarized state, a political economy characterized by structural inequality and persistent discrimination? I submit that the answer to that question is up to you. Look around real quick, please. Look and see who's in this room. Look and see who's not in this room. On the one hand, this digital age and era of big data holds extraordinary promise for all of us. It allows us to reach into parts of the world we never could before, learn in seconds what might have taken months or years. But while these technological advances may speed and ease what this nation and economy can do, the issue at hand is what we will do. For black people to move about the streets safely in 1700s America, we needed a pass. That was the surveillance technology of that time. A white person had to vouch for you. And every white person was deputized to enforce that system. I do not want you to vouch for me today. I vouch for myself. In the 21st century, almost 2/3 of incarcerated people and those under the control of the justice system are racial and ethnic minorities, and over 40% of us are black. We live on databases, in ankle bracelets, between checkpoints. This did not start with the NSA revelations, and it will not end when there's policies to limit the NSA. This is embedded into the structure of this nation. We need more. Today, we have some new technology doing some very old work. Here's the thing. Technology can only serve democracy to the degree that it is democratized. Let me say that again. Technology can only serve democracy to the degree that it is democratized. People like me have always been watched. The only difference is the tool and the time. It was August 2013. This young man, Jimmy Barasa, a migrant worker in New Orleans, was unloading a car full of groceries when agents rolled up on him with pistols drawn. They handcuffed him as well as his teenage son. His teenage son was a United States citizen. It was a typical random raid. The probable cause, I guess that was something they didn't really think about. Their stated reason, he was Latino. A mobile fingerprint check of Mr. Barasa, who is also Honduran, revealed an old court order for his deportation. A judge said that the ends justified the means. I disagree. I say not in my name. We have some tough choices to make. Will we be a nation that uses the internet to bypass existing legal protections and facilitate mass deportation? Will we be a nation that uses the kind of sound technology to clear protesters from the streets, uses federally funded drones to spy on Muslim American communities with neither their consent nor probable cause? Will our right to record police officers in the commission of their duties be consistently violated with threats, arrests, and illegal searches, and by the law itself in places like Texas? How much longer will the communities that I speak for here today live scanned, tracked, and traced? Because that's how we live today. And that's how we lived in 2005. That's how we lived in 2000. 1995, 1990, shall I keep going back in fives? I can't count that good backwards, so help me out. That's how I grew up. That's what the movement for Black Lives is living with. That's why I'm here today. Because the internet and the movement for civil rights and racial justice have grown up together. And privacy is not the fight we've been called to. The Fourth Amendment for us is not and has never been about privacy per se. It's about sovereignty. It's about power. It's about democracy. It's about the historic and present-day overreach of governments and corporations into our lives in order to facilitate discrimination and disadvantage for the purposes of control, for profit. Privacy per se is not the fight we've been called to. We're not called to this distinction. We're called to this question of defending real democracy. We're not called to this distinction between mass surveillance and targeted surveillance. I know people like to make it a lot, but that's a distinction that's being made for us by those who would seek to continue this notion that there are those less than human, whose rights should not prevail in a court of law, for whom the Constitution should not equally apply. But there is no true distinction. When all or part of a society is surveilled outside of the scope of a specific investigation and with neither transparency nor legal parameters, without protections of any kind, that is mass surveillance. Spying on Black people who live in Bed-Stuy because we are Black and live in Bed-Stuy is mass surveillance. Spying on Muslim communities in New York is mass surveillance. Spying on entire neighborhoods in Los Angeles because they have gangs is mass surveillance. Spying on migrants in New Mexico or Arizona or Louisiana is mass surveillance. Spying on low-wage workers at McDonald's and Walmart, that is mass surveillance. The time for the distinction between the systems that watch you and those that watch me has long passed. Today, mass incarceration and mass surveillance walk hand in hand. Mass deportation and mass surveillance walk hand in hand. Economic inequality and mass surveillance walk hand in hand. Yet the movements built to solve these problems do not. Family, we have some tough decisions to make. Will the internet and its digital derivatives be the most democratic communication system the world has ever known? Or will it be the greatest legal facilitator of inequity in the 21st century? Whether the internet disrupts the status quo or reinforces it depends on us, the people in this room today. Last year, New York City Police Commissioner Bill Bratton said 2015 would be the year of technology for law enforcement. And indeed it has been, has it not? Predictive policing has taken hold as the big brother of broken windows policing. Total information awareness has become the goal. Across the country, local police departments are working with federal law enforcement agencies to use advanced technological tools, and data analysis to quote unquote preempt crime. Now, I have never seen anyone be able to preempt crime, but I appreciate your feeling that you can tell the future in that way. I would love it if you could focus on how to preempt poverty, or, And I'm curious why decades of research as to the causes of crime are not enough to understand how to prevent it. Instead, algorithms. Instead, automation. In the name of community safety, in the name of national security, we are now relying on algorithms to mete out sentences, determine city budgets, automating public decision-making without the public's involvement. That sounds familiar too. That sounds like black codes. That sounds like Jim Crow. That sounds like 1963. What does that mean for the rising tide of civic action emerging from all corners of the nation today? It means that our democracy, just like our bodies, are under direct attack by the technology we love. The technology that I fought hard for during the ongoing battle for net neutrality. The technology I continue to fight hard to ensure low-income communities have access to as we battle to expand the Universal Service Lifeline program. I believe in the internet, but unfortunately, I don't control it. But somebody does. We need a new Civil Rights Act for the era of big data. We need a Civil Rights Act for the era of big data. We need a new Civil Rights Act for the era of big data, and we need it now. No more piecemeal approaches. No more federal bills that leave people like me out. Without this level of rigorous constitutional protection, it means the 21st century will supplement 1963's informants with 2016's facial recognition software. It means there will be no telephone truck outside of my house reminding us that Ma Bell and COINTELPRO are in cahoots. It will be AT&T, Verizon, Sprint in partnership with law enforcement instead. There will be Stingray cell phone interceptors, fusion centers to make sure they share information, biometric scanning software, license plate readers, and yes, body-worn cameras. And I, as a proud member of the Black Lives Matter network, attempt to organize to save my life in my city, I won't know who is watching me, why, or what I can do about it. I will be my mother all over again in 1963. But we can prevent that from happening. At my mother's funeral in 2005, my uncle, Jamal Joseph, one of the Panther Party's youngest members, talked about J. Edgar Hoover's targeted attack against black communities. He reminded us that files obtained during a break-in at an FBI office in 1971 revealed that African Americans, Hoover's largest targeted group, didn't have to be perceived as dissident to warrant surveillance. They just had to be black. Not much has changed today. Speaking of surveillance, my niece sent me a quote on Facebook that said, "War is when the government tells you who your enemy is. Revolution is when you decide for yourself." Surveillance has always been used to define our enemy for us, both foreign and domestic, to create racialized profiles that would determine who has access to the state, to its resources, based on quote-unquote empirical observation. The point of surveillance at this level is not to simply invade our privacy, but to carry out the primary economic and social objectives of a state, of an economy, which too often, and especially now, are at odds with our own, at odds with human rights, at odds with the course of humanity. It's time to revolt. It's time to reject the use of technology to uphold the caste system in this country. Martin Luther King said, "Everything we see is a shadow cast by that which we do not see." And I've always wondered what he meant by that. Though the iconic civil rights leader spoke those words in 1958, almost 60 years ago, they're no less true in today's digital age, when inequality is driven by an information economy whose black codes and Jim Crow laws are coded now in ones and zeros, automated and hidden from view, but no less of a yoke around the neck, no less a warrantless search of the selves I carry in my cell phone, my computer, no less discriminatory and dangerous today, but thank goodness there are victories. In LA, my colleagues at the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition are fighting against the discriminatory use of suspicious activity reports and drones. California's Governor Brown recently signed a landmark Electronic Communications Privacy Act into law. Color of Change is making FOIA requests right now on behalf of Black Lives Matter. We are fighting back because we are 1963. We are 2016. We are the culture Jedi of the 21st century, armed with our bits and our bytes and our love and our humanity. We are a rising tide, and we will rise again and again and again until we win. Thank you. Stay here. Okay. I'm supposed to stay here and now talk to you. I'm supposed to now let you ask any questions. Is there somebody with a mic that's supposed to follow? Oh, there we go.
This is mostly a comment. I think the way to change the technology is for people like you to learn somewhat about how to program, to have people with different cultural values move into the cloister where software engineering now encodes the values we're fighting against. I urge everyone to learn to code because this is basic literacy in our time, and we have to fight back on that level. So, odd as it may seem, to demystify algorithms, to understand that people write them, people have biases, and other people can write them as well, I think is one of the projects of our time. And I imagine you as a perfect computer programmer and a leader of a group doing a project. I dream.
Thank you. Just on that note, I think that's a great point, and I really have great applause and much love for my brother Van Jones and the folks at Yes We Code, and folks who are doing this work all across the country. And I will say that those in power often believe that the first step should be taken by those without power. And I want to just offer that, in fact, I think the first step is to ensure that you, all of you in this room, actually, there's a first step for you. And I'm happy to partner with you to take it, but it's yours to take.
I was part of the uprising in Madison, Wisconsin a few years ago, about 4 years ago, and the most productive interaction that we had was the face-to-face interaction, where we got to know each other, trust each other, get things done really quickly, as opposed to the social media interaction, although in many accounts of what happened, people say, oh, it was social media that brought us together so that we could congregate at the Capitol, so that we could make so many wonderful statements and interact so quickly and all of that. So do you think that the movements that you see will gravitate toward face-to-face interaction, or will they utilize in various ways social media? I'm sure you have a great riff on it.
Thank you for that question. It's a both and. We've always been working through face-to-face interaction. In fact, our movements, the fact that our movements are visible online now is a new thing, right? So our history and our primary purpose and methodology is through grassroots organizing that is face-to-face. These are grassroots organizers that have now entered into an online space, but that is new. And so we'll be using both things. We'll be using grassroots organizing and relationships to build a movement that is powerful and meaningful, and then we'll be using social media to amplify, but not to replace. So that's a great question. Others?
Yeah, I see a larger issue looming behind the empire, the high military spending we've had for 70 years. You have to have enemies to maintain an empire. That divides people into us versus them. That makes racism more legitimate. That makes crime more legitimate because we don't have sympathy for the victims, so we go out and get what we need without consideration. High military spending is exactly proportional to crime rates in the G7 countries. So the militarism, the materialism, the inequality, and the racism that Martin Luther King talked about, let's not forget the military. And the militarism, today's police force is radically different than the police force of the 70s. I've heard from a couple friends and on C-SPAN. Then you were a soldier in the 60s and a policeman in the 70s. You knew the difference. Today, policemen are soldiers. They're not policemen in the traditional sense of working with the community.
Thank you. That's a great point. I think militarism is absolutely one of the primary focuses of, for example, the Black Lives Matter movement. I will say that I think upper class communities and white communities experience a difference over time. They've experienced a change in how the police force interacts with communities. You've experienced, for example, this newfound understanding of the impact and how widespread surveillance is. I would say that Black communities, Latino communities, and other poor communities across race have always experienced police in exactly the same way. I don't think that there's been any significant change in how in the experience of policing, even though the increased militarization means that that experience that is generally reserved for the least among us, now has widened to hit most of us, right? But the fact of the matter is somebody was always experiencing that. You're just now experiencing it today. So welcome. Welcome to the party. Other comments? Yes, sir, right here. They can't hear you, though.
In your opinion and in what you have seen, for police officers who are implementing these systems of surveillance and power and control, what have you seen that moves them, that encourages them towards a different path?
See, the thing is, I think, I love that question. It's hard to answer it because it assumes that each individual officer has some agency in the process. But what we understand is that that uniform is exactly that. It's a uniform. You put it on and you are in service to a thing. And so the thing that I've seen change police departments is actually both a set of new policies and rules. There's some culture change that needs to take place that I think involves new budget allocations, right? So the more money that is put into policing in a given city or state, the more the police have a mandate to fulfill whatever the objective is that they've been set out to fill. So changing the budget allocations. I think that some level of judicial reform, accountability for transgression would make a difference. But these are all basically rules that would help enforce a new culture, because that's in fact what we'll need, is a new culture. But right now, I don't think that any individual police officer has very much agency to decide whether or not they're going to behave in a particular way, because the culture is a culture of militarization as it was raised earlier, and that is the mandate that they fulfill. Over here we got a lady. Yep, I'm looking at you.
Hi, am I on? That was terrific. Thank you very much. My question is, you mentioned that mass surveillance and mass incarceration go hand in hand. Mass surveillance and income inequality go hand in hand, and a number of other social ills, or however you want to put it, but that the movements that address these problems do not go hand in hand. I'm curious what you see as the reason for some of that disconnect, and also if you have any thoughts about how that can be rectified.
Racism would be the reason. Essentially, not to be too, let me be more specific. Movements for constitutional reform, movements that look at issues as civil liberties, tend to engage a dominant group, people who are already enjoy some level of privilege, because the perception is that these liberties, that's exactly what they are. They're liberties, right? They're liberties bestowed upon you as a citizen of the United States, right? These are not rights. They're not fundamental either. They're for you. They're privileges of the citizen of the United States. And so for those who are either legally actually not citizens of the United States or perceived as and treated as not citizens of the United States, those liberties don't apply to them, and they don't engage in those movements. So I think there's two sides of that coin, right? On the one hand, you're dealing with populations that have no expectation of privacy, who are tracked on every level all the time. My sister, when our family was on welfare, we were being tracked. When we manage our medical stuff, we are being tracked. I mean, on every level, anybody who's engaged in a government program of any kind is used to surveillance on a daily basis. That's how we live. And so the fact is that this framing, right, of digital privacy, a privacy that is being violated because of the emergence of the internet and the intrusion using these technologies, that doesn't move me, and it doesn't move many of the people that I engage with, because what we're dealing with is something that's very familiar, very old, so that's one piece. And then the last piece I'll say is that the remedies, right, the remedies for these problems, often like bulk data collection, do you also mean the bulk data collection as a result of gang databases? Because I don't think so. And so, bulk data collection and the kinds of remedies that would address that don't often address conditions on the ground in communities where people live and are being impacted. So I think on all those levels, one, folks don't, the framing of the issue doesn't move folks. Two, the remedies don't apply to them and their conditions specifically. And three, I think there's been no fundamental invitation to engage. I think that there's been momentum that has been the result of some important revelations, but that momentum has not engaged. We don't go to the hood to find out what's happening there. So I think that we have to make some changes. We have to make some changes in our approach. We have to decide how to get different people in these rooms. And it's up to you. It's your decision. It's not the decision of the people that's not here. It's never the burden of those who are excluded to be included. It's the burden of those who are included to invite and make space. So that's how I see it. There's a brother back there. Y'all know I got glasses, so I can't really see y'all back there.
One of the more common refrains I think a lot of us hear from people who are indifferent or don't care much about the idea of surveillance is this line of, well, I've got nothing to hide. And I think it's really important to say sort of what you're saying and think about privacy and surveillance as something like a civil rights issue and something that you should care about even if every individual in the country doesn't need to invoke it and protect it. That doesn't mean it's not worth fighting for. In fact, it really is. So I'd love to hear, what would your response be to just an average individual who says, well, why should I care about surveillance and government programs that are overbroad and monitoring people because I have nothing to hide?
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, I guess my response would be like, you don't have sex? I mean, you don't have private medical information that you don't want everybody to know about? You don't have stuff in your life that belongs to you? You've never done anything? I mean, because it's just not true. In fact, we already know, for example, let's take a real life situation. We already know that white there are more white drug users than there are black drug users. We know that. That's fact. We know that black people are more likely to be arrested for drug use, though. And so I wonder, to all those white people that are using drugs that aren't getting caught, you don't have nothing to hide? I do. I think every single person in this room has something to hide because we have lives. We have an inner self. I mean, the whole point of why these quote-unquote founding fathers, because they did found something. I don't like everything they founded, but they founded something. And these founding fathers were revolting against government overreach. They were revolting against that. And the fact of the matter is that government overreach isn't about whether or not you have anything to hide. It's about whether or not your practice of democracy is interfered with by anything. There should be nothing that interferes with the practice of your democracy. Nothing. And that's what I would say to them. Are we finished? Anybody got any more questions? Okay. There she go. He said one more, or 1 minute. What did you say? That's the last one.
All right. Well, first, thank you very much for coming. It's been great to hear your perspective on these issues. I was wondering, you talked a little bit about the connection between new technologies really either furthering or enhancing the existing biases in the criminal justice system and with mass incarceration. And I was wondering whether you could talk about specific policies and practices you've seen over the last several years that have really led to these existing problems or maybe worsened them in some communities.
Ask me that question one more time. Specific policies and practices that have...
specific policies and technologies you've seen that have contributed to sort of the existing biases in the incarceration and criminal justice and policing in communities.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll give you one example, right? So right now we're in the heat of a decarceration movement, yes? Cut 50. Let's do it. I love it. Y'all know about it, right? Let's give it love, right? Justice reform now, and I'm with it. I love it. I want to see that happen. But I have a question. What happens to all the decarcerated people? Are they actually decarcerated? Or are they wearing ankle bracelets? Are they at home with electronic monitoring systems? See, the thing is that we actually have, we always cite the statistic 2.2 million people, right, incarcerated in this country. There's actually 9 million people under the control of the judicial system in one way or another, right? And a lot of these people are being monitored electronically. And so just as one example, right, because we could talk about a million of them, but just as one example, the policies around electronic monitoring are completely non-transparent. There's not real clarity about how you are on or off. How do you stop being electronically monitored? Who gets to decide? Nobody knows. This isn't part of a public conversation. And just like with electronic monitoring, body-worn cameras, for example, where, all over this country, Taser, as a part of its business model, is entering into communities that where black people in particular, are being shot and uprisings are happening, and then here comes Taser. We got an answer for you. Let's use these body-worn cameras. Well, we don't know how we don't know as a public how they work. We don't have a lot of rules surrounding them. There's not a lot of public, debate around it, right? There's no public process. I can't stop my city council from adopting it. We don't have a way. So whether it's body-worn cameras, right, which everyone is in love with, everybody loves body-worn cameras, and I just have to ask, do you think that, am I wearing the body-worn camera? I mean, who is being seen in the camera? It's me, not the police. So, I mean, we have to really understand that simply capturing something on video is insufficient without civil rights protections to make sure that there's accountability. So, whether it's body-worn cameras, whether it's electronic monitoring, whether it's license plate readers that are being used in poor communities, or gentrified communities, really, across this country, right? We're helping the police to move in to help poor people move out, right? So it doesn't I guess my point is, it doesn't matter what the technology is. The point is that it's facilitating legal discrimination that has been happening for centuries. And if we continue to focus solely on the technology, we lose sight. It is not seeing the forest for the tree, and we need to see the forest because it's the forest that is dangerous to us right now. So that's it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Well, thank you to Malkia. Thank you to all the organizers for having us here. It's really an honor to be on a program with so many people I respect and organizations that are really out front on what I think are some of the defining issues of our time. And what I'm going to be talking about today is kind of carrying on this case of looking at specific groups and how they've been surveilled and harassed and disrupted. And as I was hearing Edward Snowden's conversation with Mike German this morning, it made me think back to about 10 years ago, before the modern NSA revelations, before Edward Snowden's leaks, before this kind of current climate of discussion. And there's a case in the Pacific Northwest where a group of environmentalists were rounded up from across the country in what the FBI called Operation Backfire. And in Operation Backfire, these environmentalists were charged with some property crimes. Now, some of them were pretty serious property crimes. They involved arson. Other ones were more minor, but they were all destroying property in the name of defending the environment. And this was a really ambitious case, and at the time, the largest domestic terrorism investigation by the FBI in the history of the country. And these activists that were arrested were facing, in some cases, life in prison. And the government was trying to push them to take what are called cooperating plea agreements. And they didn't want to do that. Or at least some of them didn't want to do that. They didn't want to turn on their friends. And the reason I bring all this up is because at one point, a few of the defendants who refused to snitch and refused to turn on their friends, their attorneys filed a really brilliant motion in which they asked the government to disclose whether any illegal NSA surveillance was used on environmental activists. And at the time, remember, this is about 2005, 2006, we were just starting to catch wind of a little bit of this under the Bush administration and the telecom collaboration with the NSA and kind of vacuuming up mounds of information of cell phone data. But we really didn't know how this was being used against political activists. And so the government had a really big problem on its hand when the judge granted that motion and said, you have to turn this over. And at the time, not many people were covering this story at all, and I was just like, oh my God, I cannot believe this actually happened. We're gonna see what's truly taking place here. And in a really quick and smart move, just a couple of days later, the Department of Justice agreed to a non-cooperating plea agreement, as the attorneys for the defendants had suggested. And as a condition of that, as a condition of them getting a slightly reduced sentence and not having to turn on their friends, they had to drop that NSA motion. So we still don't have this evidence of precisely how that's being used. But I wanted to include that as a little bit of a backdrop of something you've heard from Malkia and you've heard throughout this conference. This stuff has been going on for a very long time, way pre 2006 and way pre 1960s. But I want to talk a little bit about how we got to this point specifically with this group of activists. And to understand that, we got to go back to the 1980s. And as the modern animal rights and environmental movements were growing, they were doing so very quickly and very boldly. So you had national organizations like PETA or Greenpeace openly supporting more militant tactics. The industries that were being targeted had a really big problem on their hands. And so what they did was make up a new word called eco-terrorist. They just made it up out of thin air. And over the next 20 some odd years, they pushed that language relentlessly through things like ad campaigns. This one was bought and paid for by the fur industry. It says, meet the world's newest terrorists. Don't tolerate terrorism in America. Fur is for life. Now, some of these campaigns were a little less sophisticated or more sophisticated, depending on who you ask. This one was from the National Rifle Association. And the reason I really love this image is it kind of crystallizes how these groups became, according to the FBI, the #1 domestic terrorism threat. And they got that way not by actually harming human beings, because that's never happened in the history of these movements. They got that way by teaching owls to carry dynamite, by teaching lobsters to crawl on land. And of course, the most radical and subversive of all is that perhaps none of the women shaved their legs. But you can see in the corner, real small, that the guys totally do. So as all this kind of nonsense is taking place in these ad campaigns, it's working its way up slowly to the top levels of government. It's becoming institutionalized, as Mr. Snowden described this morning. And a big part of that shift was September 11th. Now, we all know that. I mean, I don't even know if it even needs to be said. But I think most people don't know that actually when first responders were still trying to rescue people from the Twin Towers, you had members of Congress publicly speculating whether September 11th was the work of environmentalists and calling for hearings to investigate so-called eco-terrorists. That's how quickly all of that happened. This architecture was in place long before 9/11, but it was used as a pretext to escalate. And that escalation took the form of new laws that are singling out people because of their political beliefs, laws like the Animal Enterprise Terrorism Act. It was lobbied for by everyone that you would expect, the chicken and pork and beef industries, the circus, the big pharma, all pushing for this new law that is so broad that it wraps up even nonviolent civil disobedience as terrorism, if done in the name of animal rights or protecting the environment. All of this has become so institutionalized at this point that the FBI in its training manuals and training presentations to new FBI agents is building this into the narrative of national security. These documents were from Mike German when he was over at the ACLU, and he called me up and shared some of these that they got through FOIA, that the FBI was describing animal rights and so-called eco-terrorists in terms not of just what they did, not in terms of crimes, not in terms of stealing animals from laboratories or raiding fur farms or throwing paint on something, but in terms of their media, of using celebrities, and God forbid even sometimes getting media in their favor. The same types of presentations about anarchists describe them as criminals seeking an ideology to justify their activities. Now, for those of you who are familiar with COINTELPRO in the 60s and 70s, familiar with McCarthyism, or familiar with the Palmer raids, that should be unsettling. It's not just an echo of those tactics. I would argue it is those tactics. Criminals in search of an ideology to justify their activities. So by framing things in this way, by viewing anarchists in this way, by viewing animal rights and environmentalists in this way, it by default justifies any surveillance measures that are used against them. You need to go to the full extreme because this is the type of the people that we're dealing with, or so the narrative goes. Now, how this plays out in real life can sometimes be funny. This is one of my favorite headlines. It was Boing Boing was reposting an article that exposed how the FBI was trying to recruit activists who were protesting the RNC. And one of the things they were saying to some of the activists is, we need your help. It's not a lot of work, like collaborating with the FBI. If you could help us, like maybe to go to some vegan potlucks and to gather information in that way, which personally sounds like an incredible job. I'm not saying I would do it. I'm not saying I wouldn't do it either. Just throw that out there. Now, in some cases, this was one from the UK. It's much more insidious and disruptive. This was a undercover cop named Mark Kennedy / Mark Stone, who traveled throughout the UK and throughout Europe, infiltrating protest groups, to the extent that he was having sexual relationships with environmental activists. Some similar style tactics have occurred in the US. Now, of course, the communities that have borne the brunt of this have been Muslim communities post 9/11. A colleague Trevor Aronson did a great book on that called The Terror Factory that exposes the systemic use of informants to manufacture terrorism plots in Muslim communities. But in a lot of ways, how that was pioneered against those communities has spread to environmentalists and to other political dissidents. This was a case of a young woman named Anna who wanted to be an FBI informant, wanted to be an agent. And she was writing a paper about this in college. She was studying protest groups, and the FBI brought her on board. And they paid her to travel the country with a group of environmentalists. And all the while, on the government's dime, she was attempting to coerce them into illegal activity, specifically to blow up a dam. And they didn't do it. They really didn't have any interest in doing it. In audio recordings that were played during their trial, Anna was heard yelling at them. Now, do you all want to get serious and do this, or do you just want to sit around and smoke pot and talk politics all day? Now, I can tell you which one of those I would choose, as most reasonable people would, I'm sure. But the point is, they wouldn't have anything to do with this. Nevertheless, they were convicted of a conspiracy to be involved in this terrorism plot, a terrorism plot that an FBI informant on the FBI's payroll had created and sentenced to many years in prison. Now, going back to that era of COINTELPRO, and perhaps even further back to the Palmer raids and that similar climate, FBI documents that were obtained through the Freedom of Information Act talked about the use of informants, not just in those previous ways that I described, but how easy it is to use informants and how easy it is to spread rumors about who is a possible informant. Now, this isn't just echoing again that COINTELPRO era. This was a playbook. This was part of the playbook. This was a page from the playbook of COINTELPRO, of disruption, of spreading rumors, of misinformation. Now, one of the things I think is particularly interesting about this, especially to this audience, is that the FBI noted that the reason this is so easy is that younger activists are no longer that interested in what was once described in these movements as security culture. Meaning, like in the late 90s when I first started reporting on these issues, it was very common at mass protests to have security culture workshops where people were teaching others about how to use their rights, about what to do if an FBI agent comes to your door, about how to use PGP encryption, all these types of things. According to the FBI, the newer activists don't care much about that, which is an entry point to spreading rumors, to disruption, and to surveillance. One tactic that's carried over through these multiple eras of government repression is the use of grand juries as a surveillance tool. As Malkia was saying, one of these more old school surveillance methods, pre-digital, was you just haul people in a room, tell them they don't have any rights to resist it, and then ask them a bunch of questions about their political beliefs and political associations. It was used routinely against Students for Democratic Society, the Black Panthers, American Indian Movement, Puerto Rican Independence Movement. And it's still being used. And the way it works is that if I get a subpoena, I have to go into that room and testify about my beliefs, about my associations, about Craig Aaron and Sandy and Gabe and everybody I've talked to for this conference. And if I don't, I could be thrown in jail until I agree to testify. And if I do, none of you all know what I actually said. So it fosters fear and distrust. It makes it impossible for someone like me to do my job as a journalist, because why would you have any relationship with me after that if you think I'm going into a grand jury room and telling personal information I gathered at the Computers Freedom and Privacy Conference, right? Well, a young activist in Utah named Jordan Halliday got one of these grand jury subpoenas, and he refused to take part in it. And eventually he had to go into the room, but he just pled the fifth to everything and said, I'm not cooperating. This is a tool of harassment and intimidation. I'm not going to be any part of it. And he got out of that, and he was texting with a friend. And he was texting and citing one of my favorite bits from Dave Chappelle. And he was saying, I was like Dave Chappelle in that. I was just doing 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth. I played the fifth. And it was just kind of making a joke about this after a really stressful and intimidating situation, which I tend to do as well, as I'm sure you can tell. But there was surveillance on him. And then the government argued, they brought him back in court and said, well, we know that you're texting your friends making jokes about non-cooperating with a grand jury, and when you know through your Google history that you're searching for terms like resisting a grand jury, seriously. So they threw him back in jail for not just civil, but also criminal contempt. And to my knowledge, it's the first time that's ever been done since the 60s. Really, the only reason I came to this conference is to use stock photos of hackers, obviously, because this is actually Edward Snowden before Mike German told him he had to take off his balaclava for the address. So the reason I include this is that when activists attempt to assert their rights, such as in that grand jury case, or in using email encryption, that itself is used as evidence of criminal activity. There's a case I reported on extensively in my book called Stop Hunting and Animal Cruelty, where a group of activists, in short, ran a website that had both legal and illegal elements. So it was publicly supporting people who did things like broke ATMs or rescued animals from laboratories. And these kids were not accused of doing those things, but they publicly supported it in their words. And the government, as part of their case, the Justice Department's case on appeal before the Third Circuit, said that when they were using email encryption, it was evidence of them entering, quote, illegal mode. Now think about the implications of that. That's kind of like saying, well, the only reason I ever, someone pulls their blinds closed at the end of the day at their house is they're about to molest their children. I mean, this using an attempt to assert your rights and have some degree of privacy so you can have a free flow of information about First Amendment activity is used in and of itself as evidence of criminal activity. I mean, it's completely chilling. But those are the types of ambitious arguments that, in my opinion, are being tested with fringe elements like animal rights and environmental activists. Now, of course, as part of this, I even found out my own work was included. There were Freedom of Information Act requests I had to the Counterterrorism Unit, which is part of the Bureau of Prisons. I report a lot on prisoners and prisoner treatment, new prison units called the Communications Management Units, which house so-called domestic terrorists. As part of that, I found evidence of myself, of speeches like this one, of First Amendment activity in terms of my website and articles for freelance, I've done for freelance magazines. And they even included my book, and I'm including this slide because the Counterterrorism Unit at one point cited it as compelling and well-written. So if the Counterterrorism Unit liked the book, I'm sure you all will too. And it's a steal at $16.95. Now, that's only part of this story. And the other part of this story is something that's much more difficult to get a handle on right now. And it's what I would characterize as kind of third-party or mercenary or corporate surveillance that's taking place. Now, it overlaps quite a bit with the state surveillance, as you've heard in one of the presentations I heard this morning, but is distinct from that. Now, one of the ways this manifests is with companies being hired, companies like the Increment Group or INA, and of course we know Stratfor, being hired by other companies to do surveillance of protest groups. Increment Group did a big report on how political activists are responding to some of this draconian legislation that I mentioned. INA was hired by the Society of Toxicology to do a threat assessment of how protest groups are organizing against this conference. And as part of that, they included these dossiers of who political activists are dating. So including very detailed personal information. And of course, Stratfor, there's plenty of examples we can use from that one, but one of them in this context is Coca-Cola hiring Stratfor to create these terrorism dossiers about people for the ethical treatment of animals. So that's one element, hiring out companies to do this work. And I should say, as part of that, what little checks and balances that exist in terms of FISA or FBI or NSA surveillance, I think it's safe to say that none of that exists with this type of surveillance. We have no idea what's actually taking place. Another component of that corporate surveillance is a little bit more difficult to conceptualize, but it's this use of fusion centers. Is everyone here familiar with what fusion centers are? Yes, there's no nodding going on right now at all. All right, a little bit. So fusion centers were created as an attempt to gather state, local, and federal law enforcement intelligence together. in the hopes of averting, hyperbolically, another September 11th, right? It's sharing information. Now, the information that these fusion centers are sharing is absolutely horrible. And part of that problem is that third-party companies are being hired to create these threat assessments. And something funny happens when you pay a company $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 to create a threat assessment and identify terrorism threats, is that they identify a lot of terrorism threats. They identify, in this case in Pennsylvania, was animal rights groups protesting the use of carriage horses. You had Dominican nuns. You had anti-fracking groups that were doing film screenings of the movie Gasland, just really running the gamut. All of this is funneled back into these fusion centers, funneled back up the chain of command, and ends up influencing policy, surveillance decisions, and prosecutions. Now, some of these dirty tricks are more direct in terms of corporate surveillance. This one was from just within the last year. SeaWorld, the amusement park, has been rocked by a documentary called Blackfish that showed how these whales are treated, how the trainers operate, the danger to the trainers, all these different aspects, and their stock prices have absolutely plummeted to the point of near bankruptcy. In response, one of the things they've done is they used one of their employees to pose as a PETA intern and was even attending SeaWorld protests, gathering information, taking selfies. You can see the little red circle. Can you see the circle around his face back there? Seeing the little red circle around the PETA employee, taking selfies in the police van with PETA staff after they were arrested at a SeaWorld protest. Now, this was eventually outed through the work of some of the attorneys that are associated with PETA and a lot of investigation and a lot of digging. But we don't know how many other operations like that are taking place. And this is, I think, one of the most disturbing examples that I've come across. This was a case of TransCanada actually sitting down in rooms like this one, briefing law enforcement about political activists and instructing law enforcement about how to bring prosecutions against them. So let that sink in for a moment. TransCanada, which obviously has a vested political and financial interest in shutting down anti-Keystone Pipeline protesters, is gathering information about, including some friends of mine, Scott and Ray here, the great work they're doing against the pipeline, and then sitting down and not only pointing out the people, but then telling law enforcement how to do their job, what statutes can be used, what surveillance measures can be used to go after them and put them in jail. So it's this blurring of the lines of different types of surveillance, of using this information from corporations and the state, funneling it all back together. I think we're really seeing two competing yet parallel trends right now. One is that whenever, let me back up. The government seems to have an unobstructed right to access information about every aspect of our lives, right? That's been the theme of certainly this conference and many others. But when that spotlight is reversed and that light is shown upwards towards people in power, towards what the government is doing, what corporations are doing, that in itself becomes criminal activity. An example of that is my friend and colleague Ryan Shapiro at MIT. Now, I had some minor success with FOIA, but anyone here who's used it before know you have to be willing to litigate, you have to have resources to do that. You have to be very savvy about how you're filing requests and what you're specifically asking for. And also, it takes a huge amount of time. So it's something I'd put off and put off and put off. And Ryan started this research project at MIT, and he was like, Will, yeah, I'm starting to look at the history of the animal rights movement and how it's been treated as a national security threat. And so I've got this idea of how to use FOIA to do that. I want to collect privacy waivers from as many people as we can and file FOIA requests on their behalf, and then start piecing this together and get little bits more information with each subsequent request in order to get document codes and some of the little black boxes are removed, things like that. Well, he was incredibly effective at this. So effective that he became, according to the FBI, the most prolific FOIA requester in US history, which I think he's very proud of that. We'll give Ryan a round of applause for that. But most importantly, he was so effective at starting to peel away the layers that the government just put a full stop on it, stopped fulfilling all requests. So he sued, and in court, a really troubling thing happened. The government argued a couple of different things. One, that releasing this information is such a threat to national security that it can't even be discussed in open court. It had to be discussed in camera. Now, who knows what was being said? We have some idea from some of the documents in this case that not very nice things were being said about the people he was requesting information for, including myself, as a national security threat, including animal rights activists who had passed out leaflets and used nonviolent activism. And the government also used or invoked what's called mosaic theory, which is a legal argument that in a lot of ways fell out of favor both during and before the Bush administration was even over. And what mosaic theory says is that, well, you have to evaluate all pieces of information in the context of every other piece of information. Which on one hand makes sense, right? And on the other hand sounds totally insane, because it's kind of like saying you can't release any page of the phone book because you don't know how an address or a phone number on the phone book could be used with other publicly available information in a terrorist plot. So in a combination of those two things, the government is seeking a massive, massive delay in releasing those documents and labeling this type of research by an MIT scholar as itself criminal activity. Now, that trend of criminalizing the spotlight when it shines upwards has extended to another area that I focused a lot of time on, which is factory farming. There are new laws that now make it illegal to even take photographs or video of factory farm abuses. These are so-called ag-gag laws. Now, I'm proud to say that in one state, in Idaho, I was a plaintiff in that case, and it was ruled as unconstitutional. And the judge relied heavily on free speech arguments and how this affects journalism. But nevertheless, these types of tactics are spreading internationally. A Europol threat assessment that was sent out to all of Europe listed things like undercover investigations as a potential terrorism threat, also listed protest activity that disclosed where animal abuse was happening. Just saying it's happening was listed in this threat assessment. Identical laws are being copied and pasted from the United States and introduced around the world. In Australia, it was literally copied and pasted from US ag-gag laws. Now, I'm just going to get really nerdy for 1 second, because I figure, a conference has computers in the name. I can get a little nerdy, right? So I think of social movements as existing both horizontally and vertically. And by that, I mean that vertically, you have more above-ground national organizations. In this context, like PETA, Greenpeace. You have more illegal underground groups, like Earth First, or the Earth Liberation Front, or Animal Liberation Front. And one of the key tactics that's been used rhetorically and also in courts is to fragment them, to put pressure on the national groups to publicly condemn the people that are perceived as radical, either in their tactics or in their ideology, and then fragment them. Similarly, I think social movements, this is just my worldview speaking, I think they all exist, at least progressive social movements, exist horizontally. So you have environmental and animal rights movements exist alongside gay rights struggles, Black Lives Matter, anti-war movement, struggles for race and class, all of these things that butt up against each other quite a bit. And there's plenty of infighting and divisions in politics, and we all know this. But I think holistically are moving in a similar direction. And the rhetoric, again, from corporations, from industry, from the FBI, has been to say, don't worry about these animal rights and environmental people. They're not like the rest of you. You have nothing to worry about. These are eco-terrorists that we're focused on. And for decades, that has been the rhetoric. Don't worry about these people. They're just eco-terrorists. They're not like the rest of you proper activists, both in your beliefs or in your tactics. Now, if there's one thing to emphasize to you all today, is that the reason I've spent what has become my entire body of work focused on these issues is not just because I have sympathies towards these social movements. It's because I don't think that matters at all. If you don't give a shit about animal rights or environmental groups, that's fine. It has no bearing on this discussion. Because the reality is, as Edward Snowden was talking about this morning, if you look back at the history of government repression, and now in what I would characterize as corporate repression, it's those baby steps of shifting from the fringes and the margins to the mainstream. We've seen that time and again in terms of social movements. Colleagues at the ACLU will tell you that every First Amendment case is at its core about that, whether we militantly defend the people on the fringes or whether we allow a precedent to be set so those disruptions and those rollbacks of our core civil liberties come closer and closer to home. I would argue that right now we're not talking about baby steps anymore. We're talking about huge, giant leaps from those fringes to the mainstream. These ag laws are about groups like the Humane Society, the most mainstream of the mainstream within these movements. So if there's one thing to leave you all with, is to recognize that these patterns, both of their behavior, of surveillance, of the legislation, of international spreading, all of this has really become a playbook to be used against other social movements. And my focus on it is not to say that other movements don't matter. My focus on these issues is that we have to learn from this because, to use a very non-animal or environmentally friendly analogy, these groups have been the canaries in the coal mine post-September 11th. I think they're the ones that, before 9/11, this architecture was in place. The day the Twin Towers fell, it was already being put forward, and now it's just gone full speed ahead and spreading internationally. We have to learn from that in order to stop those further giant leaps to other social movements as well. So in that spirit, thank you so much for having me. So now I think I went a little bit long. We got time for a couple questions. If anybody wants to jump up, there's a mic over here. Or I will just stand here awkwardly on the live stream. We got one in the back.
Thanks for the great presentation. I'm wondering how universities have been involved in all of this in terms of monitoring the behavior of faculty, the behavior of students along those lines in terms of some of these issues. I know that universities have huge contracts, research contracts. I know that Monsanto, for example, I just came from Iowa State University, a talk over there. Huge presences in universities. And I'm wondering whether or not, again, university professors like myself, we're naturally beholden to so many funding groups such as Monsanto, but I'm wondering about the relationship in terms of monitoring the activities of my students, et cetera.
That's a great question. I think universities have been affected really in two ways. One is a target, and the other is as a source. So as a target, the rhetoric that we've had for however many hundreds of years is that the intellectual environment is this hotbed for leftist organizing, right? So universities have always been a spot to surveil and harass and disrupt. We're seeing that still. I mean, Fusion Center activity around universities, surveillance on protest groups that are grounded in universities. I mean, the list can go on and on from there. The second component is more speaking to that institutionalizing of this narrative. So, and I'm doing a fellowship at the University of Michigan now, and walking around campus, it's like a lot of these kids have no frame of reference to September 11th. And Edward Snowden was talking about that with the differences between he and Mike German when they were entering their careers, right? It's just a completely different frame of reference. So for a lot of students, this is a career path. And I think the FBI documents and presentations speak to that. This is all coming very top down, instructing them that if you want to go along this career path, this is how you do it, both in terms of making gains in your career. Here are some targets to go after in very, unambiguous terms, and then nurturing that type of distrust of social movements. So I hope that answers your questions. I think those are really the two trends I'm seeing. We got one more.
I wonder, there's a a person who's testified in 200 trials in defense of the police. He educates the police, shoot first and ask questions later. And we witnessed just the other day a couple policemen standing in front of a house, one going behind a squad car over by. They break into houses and they shoot people with SWAT squads. And so the death penalty is now the new order for a crime of drug sales or something, when 58% of Americans think it should be legal. That's just to throw you a few ideas. I have a million of them, but what do you think of today's police force?
Well, I think it's one part of this much bigger picture. I think there's been a lot of increased attention on the militarization of police, as there should be. In a protest context, there's been a lot of increased dialogue around the militarization of police in a domestic context, especially with the Black Lives Matter movement drawing a spotlight on that. But I think those are really the most direct, self-evident examples of some of these abuses. And it's a shame that even with those, it's taking so long to start to have a public dialogue about them. In a lot of ways, I'm even more concerned about this background infrastructure that's been created of surveillance and disruption of protest groups, because I think that can be a lot more debilitating. I mean, there's a chilling effect of getting beaten up at a protest or seeing yet another unarmed person of color shot down. I mean, that resonates, it has an impact. But I think there's also a substantial chilling effect in just recognizing how little we know about what's taking place. And one thing I've seen so much in my reporting, and more and more and more over the years, is that the sources I speak with, whether they are first-time protesters or veteran activists, they are terrified about what's actually taking place. Some of them make jokes about, well, I'm probably on a list now or whatever, and they try to dismiss it and joke it off like I guess we all do. But there's this very deeply held understanding of the scope of this power and how it's being used against progressive movements. And that's absolutely chilling to me. To kind of circle back to the previous discussion, I don't think you can have a robust discussion in a democracy with that type of chilling effect. One thing I've learned in giving hundreds of lectures like this, I've never had one single person ever, from lefty forums to Harvard Law School, ever step up and say that they were shocked that any of this is happening. And to me, that is the most damning evidence I've obtained yet of how prevalent all of this has become. And I think it really speaks volumes about where we are right now as a country. So I don't know if that answers your question or not, but time for one more. Do it.
Thank you. I have a question. My question is, how have you seen these tactics impact reporting on social movements? Because you talked a lot about the impact on social movements themselves, but I'm curious how you've seen, this change, how, sources willing to talk about it, but also the reporting itself.
Yeah, it's a really great question, one that's been at the forefront of my mind a lot lately. I mean, I have a new TED Talk that's coming out next week, and as I was doing all the fact checking and stuff for it, it was like 2 a.m, I couldn't find this one document that I needed. And it was driving me nuts. Like, when you have that in your computer someplace and you just can't find the stupid thing. And I was going through and I found new files I hadn't even seen before talking about my work personally. And so there's that component of, I don't know how to mentally process that. It's unsettling, but as I'm sure you know with your work, you just keep doing the work and you process it very unhealthily of just keeping your head down and you move forward. But then there's a broader question of what does the craft of journalism even mean anymore? Because as newspapers are cutting back, as investigative units are being shut down, we as journalists are dependent on people in the streets taking this footage. We're dependent in undercover investigators going into factory farms. I'm dependent on people live streaming at Ferguson because I couldn't get out there. So the question, well, are those people journalists? Are they my sources? I don't know. And I think we haven't really addressed that as a craft or as a culture yet. And for the sake of this discussion, distinctions are being made in order to think about that nerdy graph I had, to split off people, to say, well, they're not real journalists. These are bloggers. Now I guess there aren't a lot of bloggers anymore, so now they're live streamers or they're whatever. So don't worry about them. We only care about, if you have congressional press credentials, you're okay. And again, it's that fragmentation, and it's splitting groups apart. So I think those are really the main trends I'm seeing right now, is that more and more, I talk to my colleagues, even if they're not reporting about these issues, they'll kind of pull me aside and say, well, I'm starting to work a little bit about this, and this issue. Should I be worried about surveillance? And these are people at New York Times, Washington Post, AP, Al Jazeera. I mean, again, I just think that says volumes about, can we really have, going back to what Snowden was saying, I mean, if you have a compliant press, well, we should not be shocked at the results that come out of that. I'm getting this. So in that spirit, thank you all so much for having me. There are a couple more questions. I'll be around later as well. Thank you.
All right, I know y'all been sitting for a while. Don't worry, I'll talk fast. I do have a PowerPoint somewhere in the back. There you go, purple slides. And hopefully I'll learn how to use this thing. Hey, can we give it up for Sandy and Gabe and the program committee? These folks have day jobs, and yet they put together an event like this, which I think is so great. My name's Craig Aaron. I'm the president of Free Press and the Free Press Action Fund. And for those that don't know us, we're a national, nonprofit, nonpartisan group that fights for your rights to connect and communicate. And through the Free Press Action Fund, our C4 arm, we advocate and organize around a range of media and technology issues, from advocating for net neutrality to opposing unchecked spying and surveillance. We love the internet. We love the internet, and we want it to stay free and open. We don't want either the government or big corporations messing it up, and we think that internet freedom is an essential ingredient to a functioning democracy and part of any hope for a more just world. And when I think about the internet that I want to save, it looks a lot like this. And I think in the past few years, thinking about internet activism, if we've learned nothing else, we've learned that when the proverbial kitty gets on the unicorn and it's packing heat, that powerful things can happen. I think of net neutrality, which is an issue I've probably worked on more than any other at Free Press Action Fund, and I can't count how many times we were told nobody cared and we should just settle and make it go away and accept the compromise on the compromise on the compromise as the best we could get. But we didn't. And we won. And you can look at SOPA PIPA. We were all told it couldn't be stopped. They had the votes. We should just give up. And people didn't. And we began today hearing from Ed Snowden. And I just love that this photo exists. And I think maybe the wrong guy is in exile. But, it's so important that we can hear his voice in this room, which is another reason to love the free and open internet. But of course, he should actually be in this room. He should be home. He should be here with us. And that's something that we need to make happen. Because honestly, I worry sometimes that we've let Ed Snowden down, given all that he gave up to tell us what was happening. But that doesn't mean we should fail to recognize the remarkable shift in the public and political debate over the past 2 years, as we've seen thousands take to the streets. We've seen substantive, if modest, reforms for the first time since probably the 1970s. And something is happening here. It's more than a trend. There's real momentum. And I think we have a real opportunity. And the question that keeps me up at night is, how do we translate the populist energy from all these campaigns into real political power and lasting change? We need to celebrate those victories, and we need to recognize how much we still have to do. Because when we're faced from these serious threats from the government or big corporations, sometimes the internet does come together and look like this, and it's awesome. Other times we look more like this. And we have to celebrate our victories, but we also have to be honest about what we're up against. And a few weeks ago at the Black Hat Conference, Jennifer Granite gave a widely noticed speech about the state and future of internet freedom. It was a really good speech, and not sure if you can read that, but she warned that the internet is less open and more centralized, it's more regulated, and increasingly it's less global and more divided. These trends, centralization, regulation, and globalization, are accelerating, and they will define the future of our communications network unless something dramatic changes. It's a powerful statement. And you know, of course, as an inside the Beltway policy kind of guy, I have to argue that we do need common sense safeguards to empower users, and we need meaningful protections to contend with the power and abuses of the would-be gatekeepers and monopolists. But I think her larger point resonates. And in this passage, she tees up an even more important question, and that's, how do we make dramatic changes? How do we, to borrow another theme from her speech, keep the internet dream alive? And the only answer that I can find to that question is that we have to organize. It's a simple answer. It's not very simple to do, but I think it requires a shift in how we've traditionally thought about computers' freedom and privacy. It means changing, as Malkia said, who's in this room. It means that we might need a bigger room. I've just learned it may mean we need to go to vegan potlucks. But I don't say any of that to diminish the role of the technology or the technologists, because we need you. We need the tools to protect ourselves. We need to know how to use them. And we also need to admit, I think, that there are some problems and threats that you can't hack your way around. I don't mean to disrespect the lawyers and policy wonks, because we need them paying attention to what's hiding in the fine print, forging our intellectual capital, giving us a voice in the halls of power. But these fights won't just be won by persuading elites on the inside. We're not alone. Those roles, your roles, are essential. But if we're going to actually win these fights, if we're going to roll back what's been taken away, if we're going to protect the internet's future for all of us, then we need to match up our technologists and litigators, our engineers and experts with organizers, and a commitment to popular organizing in terms of time, people, and money. And I think there is a great organizing opportunity right in front of us, and it's the 2016 election. We know this much. There are internet voters out there. One national poll after the 2014 midterms found a fast-growing, often highly educated group of digital voters that believe the internet is essential. They strongly support net neutrality. They are very concerned about threats to privacy. And overall, 60% of midterm voters said that they're more likely to support a government official committed to protecting a free and open internet. This cuts across party lines. They're not united by ideology or partisanship. They are actually up for grabs. More recent polling conducted this summer found that 90%, 90, of those surveyed said the next president should prioritize protecting privacy so we have more control over our personal information. Nearly 2/3 said expanding internet access should be a priority for the next president. And among all groups, concern about online privacy was actually highest among Black people, 70% extremely or very concerned, and Latinos at 57%. The internet voters are not just white geeks. Look at how the most important and inspiring social movements like Black Lives Matter are organizing with and talking about the open internet. This is a picture of a delegation of grassroots activists from Ferguson and Black Lives Matter that the Center for Media Justice, you'll see Malkia in there, brought to Congress. They're there with John Lewis. And they came, yes, to talk about organizing, to talk about what's happening on the ground, to talk about the police, but also to talk about surveillance, also to talk about net neutrality. And John Lewis, the civil rights hero, told them, hey, if he'd had the internet back in his day, in the days of Selma, they would have gotten a lot more done. I think if you squint a little, you can start to see an unprecedented and extremely powerful coalition, a winning coalition connected by the internet. And of course, for most people, whether you're in Ferguson, whether you're here in Alexandria, it's not really about the internet, it's about what the internet empowers them to do, to tell their own stories without filters, to innovate without permission, to organize without gatekeepers. And whatever their primary motivation, they seem to believe in the same set of principles. Principles that look something like this: free speech, don't censor the internet; universal access to a fast and affordable internet; choice when it comes to providers; privacy that protects users from governments and corporations; and openness, meaning net neutrality and no discrimination. There's probably one or two items missing from this list. I might nominate transparency or innovation. We can wordsmith the list. But I believe a lot of people will get behind these principles, and in fact, they already have through projects like the Declaration of Internet Freedom, the Web We Want, and other campaigns. And these polls and principles and projects show that the internet constituency already has a shared set of values. But we still lack a shared identity among internet users. The internet voter is out there, but they're still largely invisible, even to each other. So I would argue that if we want our political leaders to get serious about the internet, then the internet and its defenders need to get more serious about politics. Now, not too serious, but we need to seize the best of the internet, the unbridled creativity, its decentralized nature, its irrational confidence, the memes, and we need to bring it to 2016. That's why we at Free Press Action Fund launched an Internet 2016 campaign earlier this year, and we're trying to identify and mobilize internet voters during the election year and the run-up to the election year. And we've already gone out in Iowa and New Hampshire on the ground. We're training folks in how to bird dog candidates and teaching them how to ask these important questions and get answers about the future of the internet. The idea is to pop questions about internet policy, privacy, and surveillance while the major candidates are still accessible, whether they're on the stump or on social media. And we're working to make internet voters more visible on the campaign trail, make these issues more prominent in presidential debates like the one happening tonight. And we've also put together a policy platform, based on those principles, which we hope a broad range of allies and leaders will endorse. You can see the first draft right now at internet2016.net, and we welcome your ideas and input and even edits. It's an experiment, but I think it's a worthy one because Washington is still too disconnected from the internet public. It's nothing new, of course. In that Black Hat speech, Jennifer Granick quoted a now famous 1996 manifesto from EFF co-founder John Perry Barlow after passage of the Communications Decency Act. I don't actually do a good John Perry Barlow, so I'll just emphasize this one line, which is the one, on behalf of the future, I ask you of the past to leave us alone. He said that and a few other things. I'm not a libertarian, and I probably disagree with Barlow now on a few things. Not the CDA, of course, that was terrible and fortunately struck down. And we certainly all owe a debt to those like him who fought for the dream of internet freedom and continue to fight today. But it is worth remembering that 1996 was an election year, one in which Barlow urged the internet to, quote, take our leave from them being the governments and the politicians. I'd like to think that in the 20 years since, 20 years later, we've learned that taking our leave cedes too much ground to our powerful opponents. I would argue that what we need to do now isn't run from politics, but run toward it. And if we want them out of our spaces, we're going to have to get in their faces. It almost fits on a bumper sticker. I'm working on it. To win this larger fight for internet freedom, we're going to need more champions in Washington. We're going to need more scenes like this, the Stop Watching Us rally, and not just on one day. And we're going to need to make opposing the internet a third-rail set of issues that all politicians are afraid to touch. We need to pressure the people running for office in ways that actually carry over to their time in office. And I would argue that we've seen this work before. We can remember that it took the Obama administration more than 6 years to come out strongly for real net neutrality. And those 6 years were a little bit rough on the president, as you'll see from these pictures. There are a lot of reasons it happened that way, but the victory that happened earlier this year would never have happened if candidate Obama hadn't pledged back in 2007 to take a backseat to no one on the issue. And make no mistake, that victory wouldn't have happened without organizing that mobilized the public in unprecedented numbers. Now, I will give FCC Chairman Tom Wheeler his credit. He's gone from public enemy number one to a people's champion, with FCC meetings literally being interrupted by standing ovations, which does not normally happen at the FCC. But we have to remember that a guy like Tom Wheeler didn't do the right thing because he always had it in him. He didn't do the right thing because he fell down from heaven. If he turned out to be a diamond in the rough, he was created the same way as any other, through heat and pressure. And that process, that evolution, that pressure is what we need to recreate on a much wider scale. We've got a year before the new president is elected and a new Congress too. That means we need to turn up the heat now. And I believe we can make the internet and the internet voter highly visible in 2016 in the straw polls and the swing states, in the primaries and the caucuses, in the conventions and the debates. I don't see why the internet voter shouldn't be the NASCAR dad or soccer mom of 2016, not just electing or endorsing candidates, but actually being courted by them. And I think that if the politicians start seeing the internet in their faces everywhere they go, we'll have a much better chance of getting the leaders we need to safeguard encryption, to rein in mass surveillance, and to make sure the free and open internet stays that way long after November. I went back the other day on the wonderful EFF website to reread John Perry Barlow's manifesto, which he emailed 20 years ago after the passage of the 1996 Telecom Act. Our next president is very likely to reopen that vital, if deeply flawed, legislation. I suspect Barlow and I might differ on some of the details, and even on whether there are any good parts of that bill, and I think there were a few. But I still take inspiration from his call to action in that email, where he said, "They've declared war on cyberspace. Let us show how cunning, baffling, and powerful we can be in our own defense." To me, that means we need a lot less of this and a lot more of this in 2016, and I hope you'll be part of it. Thanks for having me. And there may even be time for a question or two, I suppose, or possibly coffee.
I'm sorry, Greg.
No questions, even better.
There's no time. Craig will be here, and I encourage you to stop him and talk to him, but we are really pushing up against the clock right now. So I'd like to thank, once again, our three speakers for this lunch. It was absolutely fascinating. Really, thank you, Malkia, Will, and Craig. And the next panelists will actually start in 10 minutes, promptly, at 2:10. Thanks so much.
Oh, okay. Well, so if we start at 210, I'm showing 208.
I'm showing 210 now, but,
Okay. Oh, yeah, actually, my watch is 2 minutes behind, so.
yeah.
Well, I guess we've settled down. So can we get the slides up? Yay. Okay, before people have a chance to leave the room, we're going to begin. And I'm driving slides. Here we are. Just to go quickly over who we are, starting at this end is Emma Lanzo at the Center for Democracy and Technology, and we've got a URL for her. More information about the work she does is available at cdt.org. Then next to me we have Rebecca Tushnet, who's a professor of law at Georgetown, and up on the screen on the slides we have her blog, which is tushnet.blogspot.com. And my name is Kathy Gellis. I'm a solo cyber lawyer in Sausalito, and among my blogs I have digitalagedefense.org. And at all these URLs you can see more about who we are and what we do. But we're all awesome, and we know an awful lot about intermediaries, and that's what we're going to be talking to you about. So the way we're going to start out here is we're making the presumption that we think protecting speech is important, protecting online speech is important, and that in order to make that happen, intermediaries also needed to be protected. And so what we'll be talking about is the ways that intermediaries are being attacked, because if intermediaries are attacked, then the speech that they enable is also attacked. But what I'm going to do initially is start with a crash course in how internet intermediaries are currently protected, so then we can talk about where that protection ends up being maybe not all that we need it to be. So the sources of law that are relevant to our discussion are the First Amendment. This is sort of our doctrine that when we say online free speech is a good thing, this gives us the framework of how we tend to think about why this is a good thing and how much we tend to want to protect speech. We also have Section 230, which is a statute that provides immunity for intermediaries for much of the content that their users post on their systems. This is a very key law that we'll be talking about in more detail, and in theory would do everything except for a couple of reasons that we'll get to. We also have the DMCA, which is Section 512 of the Copyright Act, so that's 17 U.S.C. Section 512. One of the places where Section 230 is no longer particularly applicable is when it covers complaints about copyright infringement in user content. In that regard, we do have the DMCA, which steps in to provide some protection for intermediaries, but one of the things we'll discuss is how good that protection actually turns out to be. Well, the First Amendment, we got that covered. Section 230 is an important law that in the last, one of the keynotes, there was a reference to the Communication Decency Act, and then he said in passing, and thank goodness that that law went away. In 1996, there was a big push under, Al Gore had just invented the internet, and there was a lot of discussion about how we might regulate it. And one of the things that came up was people were like, well, there's all this terrible stuff going on the internet. Let's pass the Communications Decency Act, and that'll take care of all the terrible stuff that's out there. That was struck down, but meanwhile, Ron Wyden and I think somebody else, I can't remember the name, had sort of put in this one little section into the Communications Decency Act at Section 230. Sometimes you will hear Section 230 referred to as the Communications Decency Act because it's the one piece that actually still remains. And in this law, they actually put the statutory policy for why we thought this was good. And you don't need to read it, just know it's there. I mean, here we are at Section 230A, where Congress finds that the internet is kind of awesome, and now they've got some findings, and now at Section B, they keep going, where we think this is worthwhile to protect. And now we get to the crux of it, and there's this very elegant piece of language that's sitting in the statute that basically says, it's pretty, as statutory language goes, it's actually relatively clear, but what it basically means is that whoever created the content is liable for it, not the intermediary that facilitated it. So if somebody writes that John Doe is a terrible grandmother beater, and that's defamatory, assuming the grandmother was not. John Doe can sue whoever created that defamatory statement, but not the intermediary, like Yelp posting a consumer review on John Doe, or Twitter, or any sort of website that is hosting wherever this person posted the content. They are not liable. They did not create it. They were not the party that made this wrongful statement, so they can't be touched by a lawsuit. But you can still sue whoever, the schmuck who actually said these terrible things. It doesn't immunize them. It just means that the intermediaries don't have to worry about being on the hook legally for whatever stupid stuff their users happen to say. And when you think about how much stupid stuff goes on the internet, you can realize how crippling it would be if that weren't the case. So let's see, moving on. Section C2 is actually kind of interesting. It's a little section that actually says, all right, there's all this crappy content on the internet, so we think that the way that we're going to get the least amount of crappy content and the greatest amount of good content is at C1 we immunized the intermediaries. So there's no stick. There's no stick to whip an intermediary and say, take stuff down if you need to. But we got a nice carrot here to say, if you think some crappy content is out there, feel free to take it down because we're also immunizing you from liability for the user whose content you just deleted. And that's sort of important because that's the carrot. That's, please exercise the discretion because it won't hurt you if you do. And this is one of the balances that we did. But deletion is still discretionary for the intermediary, and that's kind of important because if they could be pressured to take stuff down, then we would lose a lot of the good stuff as part of the problem, as part of the process. That's what this slide is addressing. You can't be compelled to delete content. We've actually tested this because what an immunity statute essentially does is says, okay, you can't sue Twitter for the defamatory tweet that somebody made. You can't make them have to pay the damages for that defamation. But it also means you can't name Twitter as part of the lawsuit and get anything else from them either, including a court order to take content down. And we have a case that came up called Blockowitz v. Williams, which actually tested how this plays out. We have some rules of federal civil procedure that said you can't have an injunction against somebody who is not party to the lawsuit. So Section 230 effectively also keeps content from being deleted, at least in terms of forcing the intermediary to do the deletion themselves. The problem is we actually have the bullet point at the bottom talks about one exception to this is that if you promised it would be deleted, then you got to make good on that promise, or else you've now created your own obligation to delete it. So we start to see that there's a little bit of an exception. And then at 230E, they talk about some other exemptions. And it's phrased kind of interestingly because they basically say, we got this great law 230, but there's a couple instances where it doesn't apply. One of the ways it doesn't apply is no effect on federal criminal law. And this is particularly important that you see this come up with like federal child porn statutes. That stuff's still not cool. That would be any content that violates these laws would be illegal under a federal statute. So intermediaries are not immune from having to police for that content. Down at number 4, we have there's some Privacy Act statutes, ECPA, which has to do with the monitoring. Other sessions we'll talk about it, monitoring internet traffic. They're messy enough as they are. They basically say these two laws are not going to interact with each other. If it's ECPA related, ECPA will trump. And that's interestingly, I was reading it today, state law also, state similar ECPA rules are also, they can happen. And that's interesting since California just got its own ECPA statute as well. Why that's notable is one of the things that's exempted is states can't pass their own law to say, yeah, we don't really like protecting the immunity. Defamation, for instance, is illegal under state tort law, and no state can make its tort law say, and one of the things is that the intermediaries have to take it down. Now you're messing with the immunity, and that's not allowed. This is a pretty clear preemption statute. At least, so we would think it's pretty clear, but it's interesting how not everybody thinks it's quite as clear as we do. And then this is sort of key. No effect on intellectual property law. That means, so when we talk about what's wrong with the content, defamation's pretty easy. But what if it's wrong because it infringes somebody's intellectual property rights? All of a sudden, we fall through a hole that Section 230 does not reach. And that creates some interesting issues. Now, when it comes to copyright, we have some alternate protection. We have the DMCA, which I talked about before. And I just put up this slide. This is just one part of one section of the DMCA, whereas Section 230 was nice and elegant and very simple and pretty clear about how its immunity applied. Section 230 is a thicket, and it's very conditional. An immunity might not have to pay money damages and might not be forced to take down content, but they have to do a bunch of things. This next slide is a summary of some of the things they need to do. They have to get a DMCA agent, register it appropriately, take down content when they're notified that there's potentially infringing content. When you hear people talk about the notice and takedown system, this is a big part that we get from the section from the DMCA. But notice, we did not have notice and takedown with Section 230. We didn't start getting this until we started talking about copyright, because copyright is special and we think about these things differently. And that ends the basic spiel of the general sense of how these things all work. But now we're going to talk about the weak points and where maybe this protection is not necessarily holding. So I'm going to turn over to Emma to talk about some of the ways that Section 230, this wonderful statute that does a lot of the heavy lifting, may be under fire.
Great. And we had that slide, beautiful slide of a waterfall that has gone away because I don't have any slides for my section. So just bear with us on that. So as Kathy was talking about, I mean, Section 230 is incredibly strong legal protection for anybody who hosts or transmits or otherwise helps to facilitate the communication of a third party's content. This is a really, really, really important law, as Kathy has described. If intermediaries like the social media platforms, search engines, web hosts, domain name providers, if they could potentially be sued for the content that I post, they are not going to be very likely to allow me to post my speech online. But the strength of Section 230 has also drawn the attention of a lot of people who, for different reasons and at different points, would really like to be able to sue an intermediary for a harm that's happened to a person. And so we've seen over the years various attempts to amend Section 230 or various proposals that this strong blanket liability protection, both for against liability for user-generated content and also protection from the decision to take down content. We've seen proposals to open that up, to amend it, to maybe come up with some exceptions, because at the end of the day, this strong blanket protection means that, for example, if a person has been, one case that has really driven a lot of these efforts has been a victim of child trafficking who has achieved a judgment against the person who actually trafficked them, but that person is judgment proof. They don't have any funds or money to actually pay damages to restore this victim, seeking to go after the website that hosted the ads that were related to the trafficking of this person. There have been a couple of those cases in state law, and those kinds of examples where you have one of the most sympathetic plaintiffs imaginable trying to seek damages, and law enforcement being told, well, because of Section 230, we can't restore this victim. That has drawn and been really kind of a focus of efforts to amend 230. So a couple of years ago, 53 state attorneys general, because some of the AGs from the territories also signed on, sent a letter to Congress proposing a small amendment to Section 230 that would basically alter the provision about state law that Kathy mentioned, that said that no inconsistent state law will prevail over 230's protections. State attorneys general appealing to Congress saying, allow us to create state laws about intermediary liability, and used, these examples of child trafficking victims as one of the key arguments. there was a lot of outcry from the human rights and civil liberties community, from the tech community, and from technology companies themselves, pointing out that this was no mere small change. This was potentially upending the entire system of protections for speech online. And that proposal was defeated, which was great. Since then, people have gotten a lot more clever about how to go about creating liability for intermediaries without appearing to affect Section 230. And a big one that we've seen, especially this year and over the past year and a half, is looking at the exemption that Kathy noted about federal criminal law, that Section 230 does not preempt federal criminal law. And so we've seen a couple of efforts to create new federal criminal laws that basically create some kind of liability for hosting third-party content. And one example of that is the SAVE Act, which was first introduced about a year and a half ago and existed in a number of different forms kind of as it was being debated. SAVE stands for the Stop Advertising Victims of Exploitation Act and is directly related into this child trafficking case that I mentioned. The idea behind the SAVE Act was to create a liability for the to add to the existing federal criminal law that prohibits trafficking, that prohibits the procurement, transportation, maintenance, and provision of a person for who's under 18 or who is being coerced for a sex act. To add to that prohibition, the crime of advertising a person for trafficking purposes. This actually ended up getting passed into law earlier this year. There was a long and heated debate that never happened in kind of a formal public hearing sort of situation, but certainly a lot of lobbying going on around this provision. Ultimately, the SAVE Act was added to the Justice for Victims of Trafficking Act, which you may have heard of because it got tied up in the Loretta Lynch Attorney General nomination. So at a certain point, kind of the time for rational debate was well past. But we now have in federal criminal law, as part of the trafficking statute, a crime of advertising a person for trafficking purposes. What's not clear about the law, but what raised concerns for CDT and a number of the other groups in this room, was that advertising is not defined. We know that, at least for many of the bill sponsors, the point of the law was to be able to go after those platforms that host advertising, to be able to say that you are part of the advertising of this person, therefore you are violating this federal criminal law, and Section 230 can't say anything about it. There's an interpretation of the word that is, the advertising is done by the person who creates the ad, and that would be kind of consistent with how 230 approaches things. The creator of content is the one who's liable, not the host. But that's still something of an unsettled question. So I don't want to take up too much time with the intro. I could kind of stop there if you want.
Yeah, I will. Well, there's a lot of stuff that's, we talked about how it's hypothetically supposed to work, and now we're talking about, okay, people have figured out based on the way Section 230 normally operates, how do we either change that operation, which is what Emma was talking about, one of the angles of attack. But what Rebecca can talk about is there was also that exemption for intellectual property exemptions where, all right, well, speech is great, speech is protectable, except, well, gosh, it's infringing somebody's intellectual property. We better have a completely different set of rules. So how's that working out then?
Well, okay, so compared to Section 230, Section 512 notice and takedown for copyright doesn't make anybody happy. That doesn't mean it's good. It does mean that it's a compromise that may be extremely hard to change, despite the fact that I think the drafters did not anticipate it working out this way, because, of course, nobody ever does anticipate what the internet will look like 5 years from now, despite our best efforts. So there are basically two categories of issues that arise with takedown notices sent under Section 512. The first one is an issue of algorithmic overreach. So, for example, earlier this year, I dealt with a takedown notice sent by the administrator for the Harry Potter books based on the fact that the name of a file was Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. We've had similar issues in the past with fan fiction stories that happen to use the same name as a popular song. And this is basically a problem of insufficient use of metadata. Like, you just need to, if you had checked, you would have found out that there was no way this could be Harry Potter, and there's no way that the text file could be a song. It wasn't even, misnamed text. It was, a 50 kilobyte story with the same name as the song. So there's also a problem algorithmically of figuring out that some online instances are in fact non-infringing because the rights holder themselves authorized it. So for example, NBC Universal recently took down its Canadian affiliate's stream of Mr. Robot, which they didn't mean to do, but they did. And, clearly mistakes were made. So the second problem is more one of claim overreach. So the algorithmic overreach is, we think we have a copyright right, we're exercising it. Claim overreach is when the underlying issue is not really a copyright issue at all. So we've seen plenty of attempts to use the DMCA to enforce privacy interests, consistent with the idea of trying to make a right to be forgotten. We've seen people, including criminals, claim that mentions of them are protected by their rights, their copyright rights. And sorting this out has proved a problem and depends very much on how much the intermediary wants to investigate. So we've also seen people trying to use the DMCA to get competitors' links removed. So according to one study, about half of attempts to remove links from search indices were in fact attempts to get rid of links to competitors' sites. We've seen plenty of instances of use of the DMCA to suppress criticism. For example, there have been claims made on behalf of the Argentinian government against critics, claims made by Apple trying to suppress revelations about its contract terms. You can go on actually for 20 minutes this way. If people are interested, I invite you to look at Google's transparency report, which has some genericized examples of things they've seen without naming names, and WordPress's Hall of Shame, which actually does name names, which is quite amusing. In terms of what could be done, personally, I think we need a better deterrent to this kind of claim arbitrage. I think there's some hope that the recently decided Universal versus Lens case, in which the Ninth Circuit said that copyright owners have to consider fair use before they send takedown notice, will improve matters, at least for problem number one, where people have learned that algorithms aren't enough, at least if they aren't also using all the available metadata, like file size and type. In terms of problem number two, so it very much depends on how courts think about Lens. Most of the people sending abusive takedown notices in sense number two, trying to make a privacy claim, they either don't understand law, because they're lay people, or they know they're doing wrong, and it's not clear that 512F will be a huge deterrent, even though it authorizes damages if any are incurred from a mistaken takedown. And I think we just need to see this play out. I should say there are big differences in the behavior of the small number of senders who send millions of notices. With them, algorithms are the issue, versus the large number of senders who send a few notices a year, for whom misuse and misunderstanding are the problems when there are problems. Daniel Seng has a paper from 2014 called The State of the Discordant Union, an empirical analysis of DMCA takedown notices, which provides a lot of useful data. And he got access to Google's data and used it to find out some interesting things about who's sending the notices. So a couple things. Other than judicial interpretations interpreting 512, I want to talk about a couple other things that are going on. One is my experience in the PTO, NTIA, DMCA Best Practices Group, which is a mouthful. You might wonder, what is the Patent and Trademark Office doing working on copyright policy? And the answer has to do, I think, with an attempt to move into the copyright policy space, perhaps with the idea that they might get copyright if the Copyright Office moves out of the Library of Congress, something that's under discussion now. so they assemble this group of stakeholders, a word that I now hate with a fiery passion, to discuss what's going on with the 512 process, because, as I said, everybody hates it. So we got content owners, we got intermediaries, and a few public interest groups talking about what would be best practices in the notice and takedown. So the result was pretty weak tea. The group didn't even go as far as Lens does in its recommendations for submitters of DMCA notices. They said the ultimately a consensus document said that it was good practices to take measures that are reasonable under the circumstance, like taking into account the information visible to the notifier and the apparent volume of the infringement at the location, to appropriately consider whether use of the material identified in the notice is not authorized by the copyright owner, its agent, or the law. The best practices don't specify much of anything for senders of notices or even recipients of notices to do, because the DMCA already actually gives plenty of detail, as Kathy pointed out, about what you're supposed to do. So the participants also in this process also insisted on having best practices for counter notification, even though we all understand that people who counter notify against abusive copyright claims aren't the class of people who read PTO NTIA best practices. And it is interesting in this regard to compare what the group approved as a statement of what is bad practice if you're a notice sender, falsely asserting that the notice submitter has a good faith belief that use of the material is not authorized by the copyright owner or the law. By contrast, bad practices for counter notice senders include failing to take reasonable efforts to form a good faith belief that the material was wrongfully taken down. So again, the consensus of the group, and again, it didn't represent people who were going to send counter notifications. It represented intermediaries and content owners. Just didn't really take much account of the interests of individual users separate from the interests of intermediaries. So the good news, I suppose, is that after Lens, it looks like the courts are at least doing a slightly better job than this group. The larger lesson of this process was this was a meaningless exercise. Despite the fact that everyone knew it was meaningless, we spent months on it, we still couldn't agree on much of anything, even though we knew it had no effect. There is a stalemate that will leave the current law in place, making judicial interpretations the most important source of law for 512, unless or until raw political power produces a different result, and that different result would be in favor of copyright owners and dangerous to intermediaries. So speaking of which, there's also been testimony on notice and takedown before Congress. And I'm here to warn that content owners have come up with a phrase that is worthy of Frank Luntz in its brilliance. I wouldn't be surprised if they had actually consulted him. So notice and takedown is insufficient because there's still so much infringing content online. So we should have notice and stay down. This is just a little change, you see. And they are essentially indifferent to the reality that this is filtering with a rhyme. The attitude of congressional representatives at the hearings earlier this year was essentially, and a quote you'll be familiar with, get the nerds on it. And also, more specifically, Google can do this, can identify stuff with Content ID for video and sound on the YouTube servers that it controls. So therefore, it must be possible for everyone, every intermediary, to do this with everything for the entire internet. And I would say that the big risk here is to change a quote a little bit. It's very difficult to get a congressional representative to understand something when her campaign donations depend on her not understanding it. So, a cautionary note, we need to remain active and wary in this space, or we're going to get SOPA and PIPA again by the back door. I also have a final random note which might be interesting to talk about, which is about design patent. So design patent became a newly hot field when Apple won $1 billion judgment. And suddenly lots and lots of people are filing design patent cases. Design patent law has none of the exclusions that we're used to with other IP laws, including fair use. It does not have fair use. People are getting logos, getting design patents on their logos and on graphic interfaces, potentially creating huge new sources of infringement litigation with a powerful effect on both end users and intermediaries. Ordinary businesses are among the new discoverers of this, and that's significant because they actually have less interest in balancing free speech interests and other considerations than media plaintiffs do. So, like the ITC, I would say this is an important issue for intermediaries to keep their eye on.
Okay, so we've just thrown a whole bunch of information at you, and we want to keep throwing more information because we spend our days looking at all sorts of things that are happening and being quite appalled at it. Because us, ultimately, what's tying these two, we've been talking about two laws. We've been talking about DMCA, and we've been talking about Section 230, and all this discussion really boils down to people want content down from the internet. And what are the ways they are going to either use the current laws or abuse the current laws or change the current laws or route around the current laws entirely so that they can get the content taken down. What we talked about is that Section 230 is supposed to be a pretty firm wall against censorship via pressuring the intermediaries, but it's clearly not doing everything, some of it by its very language and some of it because people are exploiting that language to change it. So Emma was just talking about the SAVE Act and that type of language that basically said, we're not changing 230, we're just kind of using 230 and redefining our reality around it in order to make sure that certain content can come down or must come down. It's not as discretionary. But ultimately, this is boiling down to there is certain content out there that people are perceiving as bad in certain ways. Now, we kind of split the discussion with the IP stuff with Rebecca and the non-IP issues with Emma, and I'd just like to push that a little further. One question for Emma is, what other content is being seen as bad and that people are intending to remove?
Yeah. So many types, but one thing to talk about, and particularly after Rebecca talked to us about the DMCA notice and takedown process, and particularly the comment that what we hear from legislators in the U.S. is, well, Google can do it. We're increasingly hearing that from regulators all around the world. This sense, and I think it's the sense that's drawn from seeing how the notice and takedown regime under DMCA has been implemented over the past, 18 years or so. And a lot of policymakers out there really kind of think of that process, that notice from private individuals to intermediaries yielding pretty massive content takedown, and people, there's some civil society out there who's still harping on about shouldn't content takedown be associated with court orders. But there's been this way that the DMCA and the exportation of it to many other legal systems has really gotten people, including government actors, very comfortable with this idea that there's going to be a notice and takedown solution to things. So one place we're seeing this come up a lot right now is in proposals from governments around so-called extremist content. And I do the scare quotes because one of the big problems in these proposals is that people are not offering much of a definition of what extremist content means. Associated with terrorism in some way. It's a concern under just fundamental human rights law to have governments, talking about a whole category of speech, thought, and activity that is, runs the gamut from obviously, protected political speech, religious speech, expression of opinion, to try to lump that all in with what's actually a fairly narrow category of speech that can be restricted as incitement to commit imminent lawless acts or incitement to commit violence. So we're seeing these proposals around so-called extremist content coming up particularly from governments in Europe, particularly the UK and France, talking about the role of internet companies in coming to public-private partnerships on dealing with this sort of information. The UK has a program, they call it the Internet Referral Unit, which is an official program of the government to use the content policies as defined by major platforms like YouTube or Facebook or Twitter, and the content flagging mechanisms that everyone's probably familiar with, the way you report content on a site as inconsistent with the terms of service or defamatory or harassing in some way, but having government actors go and use those privately developed mechanisms for signaling that content is inconsistent with the site's terms as a way for the government to pursue takedown of content that may or may not be inconsistent with the law. You may notice there's no court involved in any of this process. There's no obvious kind of angle for users whose content has been taken down, or people who are now being limited in their access to information. There's no kind of nexus to an opportunity for appeal or for oversight from an independent third party. So this is when we talk about kind of concerning ways that policymakers are identifying content that they don't like or they're afraid of or that concerns them, and what can be done about it, that we see sort of the mechanisms that got defined back in 98 or whatever with the DMCA now really being kind of leaned on by policymakers and regulators around the world for things well beyond just the idea of regulating infringing content online.
Okay. So one of the examples then is we're competing with the panel that is attempting to talk about this in bulk, but this is right to be forgotten things as well, where somebody's decided there's a quality to this content that makes it unworthy of remaining in the public sphere, and therefore it needs to go away.
Right. And this, I think a key feature of this is the way that it's much more expeditious. Content comes down faster if you don't have to get a court involved. And obviously the most content hosts have some kind of content policy, and they do some kind of policing and response to their community. And when it's all private action, you'll still have speakers who feel that they have been censored because a platform has taken down their post or has taken down their image. But when you start also bringing the government into it, when you bring especially the force of law, whether it's a court opinion like the CJA, the Court of Justice of the European Union, that year and a half ago had what people call the right to be forgotten opinion, but basically the opinion that set out that under European data protection law, individuals have a right to demand that search engines stop linking to certain information about them. And we did a whole panel on this at CFP last year. But in short, that opinion has now created this circumstance where search engines are told, they will be not in compliance with EU data protection law if they fail to respond to assertions from private parties about information that those search engines should no longer link to, at least under certain queries. And so that's again the kind of putting intermediaries in this position of having to respond to demands from private parties as opposed to court orders, with a potential legal consequence for the intermediary if they don't, that is exactly the kind of intermediary liability concern that prompted 230 in the first place.
So that brings us back around to talking a little bit more about the DMCA. In one sense, the DMCA, as Rebecca said, is protective of intermediaries because it is a state under which they can still be, it's a get out of, I think there's certain people, content providers who tend to call it get out of lawsuit free card, or they call it, I don't know, some pejorative usually involving Google. But for that to happen, what we were saying in the slides is whereas Section 230 is the intermediary is out of it, they should be protected from all costs associated with the suit. If they're named, they should be able to get out of a motion to dismiss, which if you're not a lawyer means before you've spent a lot of money on it. There's still some money, but it's not nearly as much as if you have to go deeper into the lawsuit. But with the DMCA, this is about not using the courts. Now, in theory, that lowers some transaction costs, but it also creates some transaction costs because this is because the opportunities for content to be defended are a lot slimmer. And the opportunities for the intermediary to defend itself are a lot slimmer because if it doesn't meet those conditions and basically take things down quickly, then all of a sudden it's looking down the barrel of a lawsuit gun, where it's looking at the cost of the lawsuit and potentially really high damages for all of a sudden it's now on the hook for whatever infringement liability is established in that content. So sometimes what you see, the reason you have this emphasis on notice and takedown as being something that other jurisdictions are modeling themselves off of is because it is quick. But even in the United States, we start to see that people will frame the content they want down as copyright. And one case that I wonder if, Rebecca, you can go into a little bit is what happened with Google versus Garcia.
So this is an interesting issue because it's actually an underlying question of copyright law. That is, there are kind of two ways that you can do this arbitrage. You can, reconfigure your other claim into a copyright claim when it has absolutely no business being there and nobody would think it did, like I want mentions of my name down. I want, mentions of my trademark down. Or you can reconfigure your claim into something that at least might pass the laugh test in that it speaks to something that copyright is supposed to protect. So suppose it's it's a naked selfie. Well, there's a copyright in that photograph, and if it's a selfie, then you own the copyright in that photograph. Your objection may not be the ordinary one that copyright is designed to protect, your economic interest in the photograph, but your claim is perfectly intelligible as a copyright claim when you say take it down. So Garcia was a variation on this, where Cindy Garcia, performed in what turned out to be this, I don't know, troll baiting innocence of Muslims video, and she claimed to own a copyright in her performance. And the district court said, no, you don't. And then the Court of Appeals initially said, yes, you do, and then issued an incredibly broad order requiring Google to essentially make sure that the video stayed off all its properties, not just YouTube, something that the DMCA doesn't actually allow a court to order, but, set that aside. And then after basically all hell broke loose, the Court of Appeals revisited the issue and said, actually, no, she doesn't own a copyright. So I'm hesitant to say that anything that two judges in the Ninth Circuit are willing to say is by definition reasonable or sort of not off the wall. But her claim came close enough that it's not a DMCA problem. The issue is what copyright law, the underlying copyright law, allows you to protect. I actually have a couple of other thoughts in relation to what Kathy was saying. So first of all, this question of using the courts versus not using the courts. Very much of this depends on sort of what you expect your average interaction to be. So if the assumption is that it's just all going to be taking down copies of full songs or full movies, then it makes a lot of sense to say, let's just skip that. That just doesn't need adjudication. And on the other hand, the DMCA is complicated enough that it is possible often to survive a motion to dismiss against an intermediary if you sue them for facilitating infringement. So functionally what this means is that an intermediary needs to come to an arrangement with the big content owners if it gets big. If it's small, it will survive just fine. It will comply with the DMCA enough not to get sued. As it gets bigger, the content owners will look more and more askance at their level of compliance, whatever it is, right? They think Google's not doing enough. And Google is devoting massive resources to this. And so you may get sued regardless of what the DMCA says. It will be hard for you to get out of it unless you come to an agreement with content owners. So there's a kind of unfortunate dynamic there. The other thing that occurred to me as we were talking is that, so in Lens versus Universal, the court says that although you have to proceed in good faith and you have to consider fair use, it is possible to make that algorithmic in certain circumstances. So if your algorithm actually does use hashes and other things to identify full copies, which are not authorized to be out in the open circulating, then using an algorithm to find those full copies may sufficiently consider fair use, as long as your algorithm is narrowly tailored to only catch the ones that are full copies and nothing else. And I think actually some people have expressed some uncertainty about this and trouble at the idea of algorithmic law enforcement. But one thing that it might be really useful for is to point out how notice and takedown for copyright is so different from notice and takedown for these other issues, because everyone will agree that nothing else is except maybe, I suppose, patents and design patents, are susceptible of that kind of algorithmic enforcement. Certainly not privacy issues, not the right to be forgotten, right? The court has said that you actually have to balance public information, the right to public information, with the right to be forgotten in every instance. So I think actually to the extent we can emphasize how different copyright is, it may be helpful in these other debates.
So one of the things that we have happen is, with notice and takedown and keeping it out of the courts, the validity of a claim never gets to be tested. So that's why we see problems with abuse, where maybe the people, there's no copyright to be had and nobody owns it. Maybe it exists, but you don't own it, the person who sent the takedown notice. Maybe it's something else that's abusive, where there's content out there that you don't like. And I don't know if I'm quite as bullish as Rebecca is on the situation of the small intermediaries. I think maybe a lot of content industry are sort of like, gosh darn it, how did we let Google escape our clutches when it was much smaller? Now it's this big entity, and they're much more preoccupied with it. But smaller intermediaries tend to be under a lot of pressure because they are not in the position of being able to take the risk of ignoring the takedown notice. So you end up with a situation where it may be a crap notice, but it is not entirely clear to what extent they get to evaluate the quality of the notice, and the safer course of action for an intermediary is just delete, which what we need to translate in their minds is just censor, just take it down, just remove this from the internet and nothing to see here, and the intermediary may live to fight another day, but that content is now gone. But we're talking a little bit, there's the hypothetical of DMCA may be imperfect, and we're talking about some pressures that other people are trying to copy over that imperfection into some other spheres, particularly in other jurisdictions. One question I want to swing around to, I think this is for Rebecca, is you mentioned that patent. So you saw the slide for that exemption, no interaction for how this interacts with other forms of IP law. And what Rebecca pointed out was there's patent, that's also intellectual property law, for which if the thing that's floating out there, the digital file, is something that might be illegal because it infringes patent law, there's no protection stepping in for anybody anywhere. And one of the other things we didn't talk about is how's trademark going?
Yeah. So actually, before I say anything about those things, I do want to point out, I think you and I are talking about different levels of risk. I'm certainly not saying that small ISPs or small intermediaries are, ignored by copyright owners. What I'm saying is that they send their notices, and most of the stuff comes down, because you're right, from a risk perspective, you have to tolerate risk to say no even to a really bad notice. What I'm saying is that because of the way the DMCA is written, it's possible to sue somebody even though they comply or seem to be complying with the notice and takedown, and say you're still not doing enough, you have red flag knowledge, you've lost the DMCA protection for other reasons. And my point there is that the smaller ones, you get sued when you try to move up to the big leagues, and they say your DMCA policy is not enough. So I think we're talking about two different levels of enforcement. So in terms of patent, I should say it's not that there's no protection at all. There is a common law of secondary liability for aiding and inducing patent infringement. So we would have to figure out how that worked online, and we don't really know yet. The good news, I suppose, is that copyright actually has historically been much worse on that than the other IP fields. So one reason we had the DMCA was because it looked like copyright secondary liability was expanding so far it was going to shut down pretty much every intermediary. So there will be some defense for an intermediary that gets accused of inducing or benefiting from patent infringement. Likewise, there are actually pretty rigorous standards for secondary liability for trademark infringement that have proved reasonably protective to intermediaries. Of course, it's expensive to find out if you did enough, which is one reason the DMCA does offer an attractive alternative for intermediaries. But the substantive standards are not actually a huge problem. It's more a question of the overall business risk environment and the litigation environment that we as Americans have decided we're going to have. And, you know, I'm not sure we're entirely wrong about that.
So ultimately, we're talking about the pressure on intermediaries to take stuff down. I think I said that in the last interstitial. We still mean it. But so Emma, are we only looking at legal attempts through lawsuits or government legislation to put the squeeze on intermediaries, or are there other Achilles heels that people are trying to exploit?
The latter. No, yeah, we're seeing creative efforts from various law enforcement officials. There's a case actually happening right now. You may have heard about it over the summer, where this is back in kind of the ongoing, very active debate around child trafficking and what role online platforms, including the website Backpage.com, have in the problem of child trafficking. And over the summer, the sheriff for Cook County, Illinois, after having conducted a series of different kind of legal challenges against Backpage and against Craigslist before it, decided to take the and having failed each time in court, decided to take the tactic of writing a letter on official sheriff department stationery, you know, kind of acting in his official role, to Visa and to MasterCard, the credit card processors for the website. So these are the companies that allow Backpage to accept funds from people to host their content on their site. They're not transacting for goods and services through the site. They process payments so that people can buy a space on the site to advertise for something. So the sheriff sent a letter to the two credit card companies, heavily implying that those companies could face some kind of legal action for doing business with Backpage, because some of the ads on Backpage are for unlawful prostitution and even child trafficking. This caused the credit card companies within 24 hours to cut their accounts with Backpage, to deny service, not just for transactions to purchase ad space in the adult services section on the site, but for the entire site worldwide. So Backpage has now brought a suit against the sheriff, basically saying that this kind of threat from a law enforcement official, in official capacity, raising the specter of future criminal or other sanction for third parties, for the credit card companies, was a prior restraint on speech. It was a violation of the First Amendment. It's government action that is aimed at getting the website taken down, getting the website off the web, because the law enforcement official does not like the content that's on it. And this is going to be a really important case to watch, because while the district court in Illinois granted a temporary restraining order against the sheriff to say, stop this harassing conduct, stop trying to pressure financial intermediaries into taking this, into kind of starving the site off the web, the district court then denied the preliminary injunction, and so the case is being appealed to the Seventh Circuit right now. One of the most concerning things in the district court opinion denying the preliminary injunction, and saying that there was no First Amendment issue or that the court would not grant a preliminary injunction against the sheriff for sending these threats, was that the court characterized these threatening letters that the sheriff sent to the credit card companies as, yes, containing threats, but also containing the sheriff's own First Amendment protected advocacy. And this is stunning. The idea that of course, in various capacities, law enforcement officials and other members of the government retain their own First Amendment rights to speak, to express their opinion, we're not arguing with that. But the idea that you could combine advocacy along with a threat in the same document and keep that document from being, unlawful, unconstitutional government action seeking to censor is really, really dangerous, because it basically provides a roadmap for any kind of public official who would like to see a certain website or certain speech come down off the internet. It gives them a roadmap. It says what you have to do is target some intermediary. If the web host won't comply, target the financial intermediaries, target the domain name provider. Find somebody in the web of intermediaries that speech depends on who will feel vulnerable to a reputational attack, and threaten them to the extent you think necessary, but also be sure to include your own opinion and thought in that, and that's how you go about getting content off the web. So this could be a very, very dangerous precedent. It's fortunately the district court opinion's being appealed, so we'll see how that goes. Oral arguments are on November 13th, but this is definitely one of the kind of cutting edge efforts at and this has nothing to do with Section 230 or DMCA. This is just down to core First Amendment principles of if we allow kind of government actors to characterize their coercive efforts as their own advocacy against speech that they don't like, we're setting ourselves up for a really dangerous situation.
Okay. We have a few minutes for questions, but I think Emma touched on a couple points that I want to leave us with. Well, I'll say this however questions are facilitated. One of the things is, Emma had said something earlier about, one of the things is, can you spot the intermediary? Because now she just referred to that web of intermediaries, and that's really important. Nothing on the internet happens without the help of somebody else. Somebody else is intermediating content somewhere along the line. You have different levels of that. When we talk about these things, we tend to do it in the Twitter context, because that's clearly a public forum of stored speech that somebody else has made. YouTube is an example with user uploaded videos. That's a very clear example. But a payment provider is an intermediary because they're intermediating the payment from one party to another. One of the keys as we look at the pressures, and I suppose it's also the tool for, as people try to pressure intermediaries, it's what they're doing. First question is spot the intermediary, because they're everywhere. And a lot of these issues, some of them are select to a particular sector, but some of them, that's why people tend to recharacterize things, because they sort of take the pressure points of one sector and then start to reapply it to another. So if we think that free speech on the web is important, we need to figure out where all the intermediaries are and make sure they've got adequate protection. And the second thing that's worth pointing out is also spot the speech issue, because the speech issues are tied up part and parcel with this. And sometimes I think people look past the importance of protecting speech just because some speech is bad, and bad fakes make bad law. I mean, the trafficking is terrible. It's not that anybody wants to advocate for that, but the ability to cut back that without cutting all sorts of worthy content or even neutral content or just not bad content, that's really tricky. And that's why we go back to protecting these intermediaries and why it's so important, because it's really difficult to have the good stuff if we overpressure them to take down the bad. So are there any questions?
Hi, my name is Pranesh Prakash. I work with the Center for Internet and Society in Bangalore. Most of the panel seems to proceed from a kind of view of speech that regards it as, at least it seemed to me as an absolutist protection for speech, and also tended to regard any kind of that regard the internet as a kind of exceptional medium. So, for instance, Kathy, right at the end, you pointed out that financial intermediaries are also intermediaries. Mm-hmm. Well, we do place restrictions on financial intermediaries offline all the time for a variety of different kinds of transactions, including restrictions on with regard to arms trade, with regard to any other kind of blockades in countries, etc. So we do place restrictions on them. Now, when all of this is happening electronically, and if there are people that we can't reach out to because they reside in a different jurisdiction, then how do we get at those kinds of transactions without targeting the intermediary? So essentially my question is, what is the minimal harm kind of way of targeting intermediaries, given that it seems to me at least that at some stage that is necessary?
Sure. Well, I mean, certainly on the financial intermediaries point, I mean, absolutely there are laws, specific articulated laws that are, you know, necessary in a democratic society and proportionate to the aim being sought, created about that regulate what financial intermediaries can and can't do. The concern that I was trying to signal was when we have not government action under, you know, a clearly defined law, where all of these different, you know, balances have been worked out, where the potential of overbreadth application has been taken into account. We're not in that system whatsoever. We're in a system where the fact that the intermediary, financial intermediary, may decide it just makes better business sense not to be associated in some way with content that has not actually been adjudicated to be unlawful. That's the risk, right? Where it's not happening in a situation where something has been determined to be, you know, outside the bounds of what people in a democratic society have decided is appropriate, that this is happening out of that framework and in a more informal setting where you don't have those kinds of safeguards against overbroad application.
Do you have any closing comment?
No.
Okay. Do you have an answer that you?
Well, so I would just say that internet exceptionalism is actually, I think, a different issue than this question of intermediary liabilities. That is, we don't let you buy alcohol over the internet into Virginia, except under specific circumstances. It doesn't matter whether you order by phone or on the internet. And so the physical stuff, or, you know, we don't let you, I don't know, buy bazookas, although who knows, in the next few years, maybe that'll start too. And again, you know, those are not speech. So I think there are two separate questions, which is, you know, what conduct is facilitated by the internet and when can we stop that, versus when the harm is just speech, which it may be quite harmful, right? Defamation is harmful, hate speech is harmful. When can you stop that? And that's not necessarily an internet-specific answer, although the way the internet works may inform our judgments about who should be liable and under what circumstances.
Yeah. It's splitting figuring out where to draw lines is always hard. Even in the pre-internet world, it was hard. Even as we may have had financial regulations, maybe we overdid it or maybe we underdid it. It's hard to get these things right. But the internet is this really interesting experiment, pro-democracy experiment that we're seeing. And I think, you know, it's different. There's change. It has sort of realigned the world and realigned who has power in the world. And I think people get scared. Change is scary, and there is the reflex to look at scary things and overreact. And I think one of the things that's legitimate is to look with caution about what those reactions are, because they can have byproducts to things that we value, the pro-democratic value of speech, that we might not have anticipated. So I think that's our final thought. So, great, thank you guys for coming.
And thanks to our panelists, and we'll take a couple minutes break, and the next panels will begin promptly at 3:20.
Yeah, Deborah Gerhardt sent it to me. The sad thing is there's not a single woman on it, not even Wonder Woman for the W. Yeah, I wrote. That was a gimme. I wrote to the guy, and first he said, well, I'm not going to join you. I was like, these are circles. And then he said, well, okay, actually, I just
good to
like
see you.
green. I'm like, okay, you know, just recognize that's your ingrained sexism.
Oh, sure.
we supposed to start ourselves?
No, I would
Well, they said we would start promptly at 3:20, so I guess we're going to start.
Question for you. Are you,
Yeah.
when you're throwing it to, I don't have a slide deck or anything, were you just going to throw it to me to discuss, what we're seeing out there with agencies with related legislation?
I was in a meeting earlier this
Okay,
morning
so
in a small room about a tenth of the size.
So we were told to start promptly at 3:20, and now it's 3:25. So I get the sense that we should start promptly. And we'll do that. I'm Simpson Garfinkel. I'm with NIST. And if we could go to my first slide. I have no control here. We have put together a panel to discuss video privacy issues, and specifically the issues regarding redaction of video from police body-worn cameras. And we have some simulated police body-worn coverage there. I'm going to try to make this go to the next. Can you advance to the next slide, please? Thank you. And can you advance? This is not working. If you could advance again, that would be great. Great. So right now, according thank you. According to ACLU, we now have 20 of the 25 largest cities in the United States deploying body-worn cameras. And the ones that haven't done it, some of them are considering it. And on the next slide. But one of the issues is that these cameras are being sold as recording what the officer sees. And that, whether that's true or not is beyond this panel. It's probably true that the cameras record a lot more than the officers see, because they don't blink and they don't lose their attention. Next screen. Next slide. But I'm sorry, I can't even read my own slides. So one of the questions is about public access to these videos. For whom should we make these videos available? Should they be made available for just police use? Should they be made available to defendants, to people who are the victims of police violence? Should they be made available for any Freedom of Information Act request? Should they be made available to defendants in cases, to attorneys looking for civil cases? Next one. And if they are made available, to what extent should they be redacted? Should the raw footage be made available? Should faces be removed? Should whole scenes be removed? And what we're seeing is that different communities are establishing different standards. And those different standards include both what should be disclosed and what should be redacted from the disclosed video. So in Washington, D.C., they have severe restrictions that faces of children, bodies of children have to be removed, faces of certain kinds of people have to be removed, like federal law enforcement, but faces of D.C. law enforcement don't have to be removed. And if the police go into a building where there's photographs, they all have to be redacted. If there's diplomas, they have to be removed. If there's medical information like prescription bottles, that would have to be removed. And so, I'm sorry. One of the issues is, so I'm not going to be able to get. So there's been about 15 years of research in the academic community on redacting information from the slides, but from video, but a lot of that has been theoretical based on pervasive surveillance that might be happening in the future, and not a lot of that work has been widely promoted. There's been very little testing and validation, no real question about whether you do these redactions if people can still be identified after the fact. Now, most people are familiar with video redaction from what Google Street View is doing. Google Street View blurs faces, it blurs license plates, and many people believe that even with this kind of blurring, you can still recognize people that you know, and that it may still be possible to identify people. So that might not make any sort of legal requirements. And when we redact, whether we're blurring or whether we're doing face substitution or whether we're just editing people out entirely, these are all options to be looked at in the future. So I'm going to pass this off. We can go back to these slides later if we need them. We have 6 people on the panel. We have Detective Clemens from the Newport News Police Department, which is one of the early communities to deploy body-worn cameras. We have Andy Wern from Taser International, which is the largest vendor of these systems in the country. We have Hannah Weba, thank you, from the Reporter Committee for the Freedom of the Press. Dr. Jason Caruso from University of Michigan recently is the major author on a report looking at some of the public policy and technical issues regarding body-worn camera videos. We have Alea Rahman from the New America's Open Technology Initiative, and she's going to be looking explicitly at body-worn videos, body-worn cameras. And we have Morgan Hargay from Witness, which is an organization in New York and international that's dedicated to using video for human rights. So I'm going to let Detective Clemens start.
What do you want me to do?
I'm sorry?
What do you want me to do?
Just start.
Oh, okay. Hi. I apologize. I'm getting over laryngitis and a cold. I'm representing the police department here. Our department started deploying body-worn cameras back in May of 2013. They have been sporadic. We started off over the past 2.5 years of up to 184 cameras and recently just purchased another 125. So it brings us up to around a little over 300 for our officers. We have patrol officers and school resource officers, anybody on the streets and things like that will wear the body-worn cameras. We do have a policy that does cover redaction of videos through FOIA request. The procedure for actually doing a FOIA request is we have 2 people in our department. Is this what I'm supposed to be doing? Okay. We have 2 people, sorry, this is the first time I'm doing this. We do have 2 people in our department. We have a sergeant of records who is a sworn personnel, and then we have a civilian supervisor. She works midnights, and the sergeant works daytimes that are responsible for our FOIA request. They're to receive the written notice through electronic or written format. Once they receive those, if there's any videos that they need to redact, our policy is through our department. I know that Taser just came up with a recent new where they could just blur everything out, but we actually go frame by frame, and anything that's a private that falls under the FOIA for witnesses, juveniles, victims, anything like that, anything self-identifying, we redact that information out. We don't blur it, but what we do is we put a vector mask, and the vector mask just completely blacks it out. It doesn't blur it. Just a circle or something over that part of the information that we don't want to be identified.
And how long does that take?
It's actually pretty labor intensive because you're going frame by frame. So even if you're doing like a 2-minute video, you're looking at what, like 30 frames per second or something like that. So you're looking at a lot to go over to make sure that you're getting all the private information out and then having to go ahead and put that mask over it, and then you just continue down the frames.
And who bears the cost of that?
The way it works is it goes by the cost of the employee who actually does the redaction. So if that employee's pay rate, and I'm just making this up, is like $15 an hour, if it takes them an hour, then it would just be the $15.
And that goes to the people who requested the video?
Correct. The regulation and laws that we fall under, again, is the FOIA, which is a 2.2-3706. Anything that is with law enforcement that is under criminal investigation, we do not release until even though if the case is done, we still have to make sure that there's no liability or an appeals or anything like that is in effect. So we don't want to give that out yet. We also fall under the HIPAA laws. Law enforcement officers are exempt when they're in the hospital as long as they're there under a criminal investigation. If by chance the law enforcement officer is conducting a criminal investigation on the suspect and the camera is in the hospital and it goes and it does, I guess, record patients that are in the hospital, if there was a FOIA request, we would redact all the area around that suspect, because one of the redactions that we have through TASER, because we actually use evidence.com, is you have you have the redaction where you can do the face or an item, or you can do an outer vector, or you can do an inner vector, so you can completely block it out. You can completely block out the whole video, or you can just take out all the audio. So those are just some of the ways that we can redact. And then we also fall under the 19.2-11.2, which is a Virginia code which protects the victims, witnesses, and juveniles and things like that. The original video can never be altered or edited, so we basically make a copy or a clip off of that original video. So even if the officer accidentally had their camera upside down, because we use the Axon Flex, which is the smaller camera at the point of view of the officer, they can flip it on the other side and accidentally have the camera upside down. So that video stays forever upside down. We also keep our videos, even if it's of no value, we fall under the Library of Virginia. So if we have a video of no evidence or no value, we have to keep it for a minimum of 30 days. Let me see what else I'm going to do. Okay, is that good, or do you need anything else? Okay.
So we have more things along, please.
That's fine, go ahead.
All right, so we're going to hear from Andy Rohn of TASER. So TASER makes the stun guns, but they're also the leading vendor of the body-worn cameras in the United States. And Andy's going to tell us a little bit more about the technology.
Yeah, let me pull this a little closer. Can you guys hear me? Good, yeah. So, yeah, some of you may or may not have known, you heard TASER, you probably said, what are those guys doing here? So we actually started in this space in 2005. All our R&D was in 2005, and our first body-worn camera was in 2009. So we are not a post-Ferguson event company. We have been targeting this kind of technology for law enforcement as the next biggest, most important technology for law enforcement for quite a while. In the inception of when we started in this technology, we knew, based on what law enforcement has to produce for FOIA requests, like redactions, like one of these things that's going to be very, very important. We actually came out with a redaction a few years ago, and I'll speak to more of that in just a minute. But the law enforcement, to understand this technology is also to understand the law enforcement momentum. I will just, like, based on time we have, just specifically talk about Florida. Florida, North Carolina, Virginia were the fastest states to move forward with on-officer technology such as body-worn cameras. The legislations just could not keep up with the momentum and speed. Matter of fact, Florida had deployed at such a great momentum that the legislators were really in a scramble to try to amend some of their open records laws, because literally you could just ask an agency for anything that was recorded and they had to produce it by law, which was bad for a lot of reasons. You know, there's HIPAA stuff, there's nudity, there's juveniles, there's a lot of things that have to be considered in that. So the legislators, you guys understand the way government runs, right? It's slower than the rest of us. In the majority of states, they're still trying to get laws on board to cover these issues such as redaction, FOIA, and some different things like that. We have always been invested in the needs of the agencies because every agency is different, and every state that those agencies serve and the cities and communities also have different regulations and requests for those public records. We simply provided a platform that was agnostic to those rules and to what agencies would need to provide. Melissa, or our detective up here, is really knowledgeable about what has gone on in Virginia, but she can speak specifically to what has been required from them in Virginia. But just so you understand the technology and how fast it is taking off. The Fergusons and the other instances around the country that have really spun this thing up in a very, very big way have finally shed, unfortunately, it took something like that to finally shed light on the importance of this technology and how law enforcement would deploy it to really address mutual accountability, right? The citizens have to behave, but so do the cops. That's a conversation everybody can be invested in. And as it applies to what the communities expect from the police department in those FOIA requests or those public information requests, simply it's just not, agencies just not are able to give everything out because of the privacy issues and the rights of the citizens that they serve. Redaction, for the longest time, Melissa spoke to this, has been this very, very manually intensive, process where you go frame by frame, like she spoke about. We have really, really sought to improve this as we knew it was going to be very cumbersome for agencies, even though required and necessary. And we really have switched to more of like what Google's doing on a broad scale, which is that target redaction. So you can do a face or a license plate or a kid or something like that, and it really automates the process and takes away that manual process Melissa was just describing a minute ago. So I kind of wanted to give you just an overall history of what we've seen in the market from the inception and kind of where we are now. And, not all of the vendors like Taser or unlike Taser are really considering these things. These are very, very important conversations, and it's important for you guys and for the communities to really invest heavily in what the law enforcement agencies' true needs are in understanding how this would actually work or be provided for the agency.
So just, you have a few more moments. Andy, could you talk about what sort of things might be in evidence.com to allow for community access to the videos?
Yeah, sure. So you guys probably understand that body-worn camera is the iceberg, right? You see the little top, and then what's below it is the huge data and huge stream of information that comes along with those cameras. Evidence.com, you've probably heard that twice now, is it's simply our back-end solution. An officer docks our camera and walks away, the video automatically goes up in evidence.com. We are cloud-based hosted solution. So when I talked about automated or target redaction rolling out, it's kind of like updating your new iOS with your iPhone. You just get that as a customer in a cloud solution. So that just kind of happens. So evidence.com, within that environment, the agency has exclusive rights and means to their account within evidence.com. So the body-worn camera, video, and data goes up into their account. We cannot get in that account. Nobody else can. That is sacred and secure for them. Through that account, however, they can tag, delete, redact. They have a full management tool system to be able to use in there. Part of that tool system is being able to externally share. So that could be through to a criminal defense lawyer for discovery. That could be to the media on a video that they want to get out really quick into the public. And within that sharing tool, they have the ability to control how long that person can view it, whether that person can download it, and whether that person can reshare that. So there's no way a citizen can actually enter that space in evidence.com. It actually has to go outward from the agency out, and we as a vendor will not and cannot share their information to the public.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to add, in addition, when they are in evidence.com, anything that's done with that video, it does have what's called an audit trail. So from the time the officer starts recording to labeling it, downloading, even if you're talking about altering, editing, even if they manually deleted it, that audit trail is a PDF file. It can never be altered, edited, or deleted. Even after the video is deleted, the audit trail still remains in evidence.com. So it still has an audit trail.
Yeah, and so think about the video that the officer uploads from day one. That video is never, ever altered, period. Everything you do on top of that video, whether it's redaction, whether you shorten it, whether you add a tag, Whatever happens, think about that as a layer on top of the video. So you'll never lose the credibility of the first video that was uploaded, and officers can't delete that. That's within the super admins within evidence.com and based on the roles and retentions or the retention categories in the agency with which we customize for them based on their state needs and community needs.
Okay, thank you very much. And next, Dr. Jason Corso from University of Michigan will be talking to us about some of the technical issues involving video redaction. And go ahead, Jason. So Jason has slides.
Could you put this?
If we can bring them up.
Okay, great. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for inviting me. So I guess I'm here to provide a little bit of a different perspective than the other folks in the panel. So I'm not a stakeholder in the body-worn camera industry. I'm not a practicing law enforcement agent. I'm a professor of electrical engineering and computer science at the University of Michigan. So I'm here to remind us what's possible, what's not possible, and where we, from a technical point of view, should be looking. Okay, so this is just to give you a background. So basically, my life's work is basically processing video and pulling out information from video. Okay. So I originally got into this space not actually too long ago, about 6 months ago, when I was contacted by the chair of the CCC, which is the Computing Community Consortium, which is an open community forum for academics in computer science that interact with decision makers and express sort of research directions and priorities for research agenda relating to computer science. We held a panel at a national conference last June about video analysis for body-worn cameras. There's some law enforcement present, some federal agents present, and a bunch of academics present. Out of that meeting grew a white paper, which you can get to at the link at the bottom of the slides there, although my video is occluding it. So it's j.mp/ccc body-worn. And the main message of the white paper is that we obviously foresee a great potential to increase transparency, protection, training, and investigation via body-worn cameras and other visual surveillance and video analytics, as a matter of fact. But there are many critical hurdles that we need to overcome as a community before this potential can be realized. One of those, so I'm just going to quickly go over some insights that we wrote in the white paper. You're welcome to download and read it for more details. But one of those is the notion of public education. It was brought up before that it's believed that the video from body-worn cameras are the eyes of the police officer. And this is simply not true. It is not possible to guarantee the camera viewpoint is that of the officer or the officer's attention. Even if we had a robotic helmet on top of the officer, we'd be limited in what we can do in order to guarantee where the officer is looking at any given time. There is hence no good reason to limit the camera capture viewpoint. We believe it should be 360 degrees, very high resolution, full audio as well. Okay, and so this begs to the difference of body-worn cameras as tools for investigations versus tools for accountability. And I think this will be a topic that's discussed in the coming years quite extensively. Second is that de-identification is rather hard. Although we might think that so-called Google can do it, right? Blur faces, blur license plates. It may be a near-term capability, but it will be one that does not actually solve the problem that we care about. There's the context of the broader image that Simpson brought up before. There's audio. There's even the fantastic ability to reconstruct faces or other visual signals from reflections in the context. And this is possible. So there are alternatives do exist, but it will be quite task dependent. Depending on the type of FOIA request that comes in or the type of case that's needed, we might need to actually do a different grade of redaction for that particular task. Such as re-rendering the scene, replacing pixels with edges or segments, describing the scene with text, allowing some sort of computational question-answer agent. And I guess over the next few slides, I just want to convey the types of information that might be available via automated redaction and how much information you can actually pull from the signal with quite limited videos. So if you just watch this video, I'll talk you through it a little bit and just think to yourself, can you understand what's actually happening in this video? Right, so there are, I think, 8 points on the human at particular joint locations. You can give a very rich description of what's happening. So depending on the task, perhaps something as weak, as simple as this might be possible, but then you have to think about the public belief in the veracity of the data source as well. Actually, this video is about 50 years old from the visual psychophysics literature. And so understanding human action is something that we humans are actually quite good at. But unfortunately, we as a state-of-the-art computer vision research community and our friends at Google, we just can't do this that well yet automatically. So these are results from an automatic computer system that will try to compute the skeletal pose on these relatively simple videos. And body camera videos are quite harder than these simple videos. So we're not there yet automatically. So perhaps we might need to replace it with something simpler, like the, oh, sorry, I'm not advancing the video enough. Well, I guess I can't play the video up there. No. Well, but we might be able to do a slightly different type of rendering with just edges, with even simple motions like the one here. I'm sure you could all give a rich description of what's actually happening in that video signal, right? So there's quite a deep space of de-identification. We don't really know what we should be doing yet, and this requires quite further research and investigation, both on the technical side and on the policy side. The video is actually what you see here. Okay, so I'll just walk through a few other recommendations that we made in the white paper. Okay, so we believe that there should be an agreed upon set of standards for body camera video and audio, as well as any other metadata sensors that are coupled with the devices, such as IMU data, or even the bio information of the officers. We believe there should be wide field of view or 360-degree field of view, microphones with sufficient dynamic range, GPS, timestamp GPS as well, and IMU. We also think that we need a central media center, not unlike the website that we just heard about. However, in addition to there being a central media facility, we believe that the access to the data in the facility should allow third-party tools to be coupled with the back-end data storage so that we can cultivate an open ecosystem of startups and other companies that are built around this really interesting problem of video analytics for body cams. We think actually we would recommend the data is never erased. The notion that we would erase data seems odd coming from an academic point of view. Although it is expensive to store data, one never can foresee when recently deleted data might be useful for an investigation. We also think that data should be constantly re-indexed to facilitate next generation search. And I had mentioned the open standard already. And we also think that in addition to these sort of technological recommendations to facilitate development that can be benchmarked and understood and measured for the body camera problem, that we need as a community, and perhaps this is something that NIST should look into, is to establish a set of agreed upon benchmarks and data sets against which we can measure our ability to redact video for certain tasks. And finally, this does not come cheaply. Even just the notion of redaction, just for blurring faces or blurring license plates was probably an investment, by companies to the tune of millions. But we don't even know the level of depth of redaction that we need to do for endgame scenarios. And this is both in the basic and applied arenas. I think that's the last bit from my slides here.
So,
yeah.
Thank you, Jason.
Yeah.
Next we'll hear from Hannah Block-Weber from Reporters Committee for the Freedom of the Press.
Thanks. So the Reporters Committee for Freedom of the Press is a stakeholder in this sort of debate about access to body cam video. We were the first organization to request video from body-worn cameras from the DC Police Department just about a year ago, and we still haven't gotten them. From a legal perspective, the Reporters Committee has also been tracking both the adoption of body cams by police departments across the country, but also the policies that govern their use and the policies that govern disclosure of the video to the public, as well as state laws sort of either exempting video from disclosure under Public Records Acts or allowing for that disclosure. So from our perspective, the widespread adoption of body cameras has really presented three issues in the open records area, which are A, are the recordings public records? B, if so, are they exempt from disclosure under Open Records Acts at the state level? And C, do we need new exemptions to protect privacy of those who are recorded on the videos? So some of the exemptions that might come into play in this area and that have come into play are law enforcement exemptions. Certain states have pretty broad exemptions for records that exist in law enforcement investigatory files. Exemptions that govern, disclosure of video that might be used in evidence in court, but that hasn't yet been used, and privacy exemptions that are geared toward protecting those who are recorded or, those who are close to those who are recorded. And essentially, there are two main issues that are cropping up in the privacy area, which are when police departments assert that they don't have to disclose body camera videos because of the privacy concerns of those who are recorded. I mean, A, do we believe that that rationale is really geared toward protecting those who are recorded? And B, do we believe that they actually can't release the video? Is redaction so expensive, so time intensive that it's not actually feasible to accomplish the task? So one of the tools that I'm interested in hearing more about from Andy is the evidence.com sort of redaction suite, which my understanding is comes with a police department subscription to the service and is pretty easy and efficient. Essentially, Open Records Acts usually require an agency that receives a request to disclose a public record, and if parts of it are exempt, to segregate those parts that are exempt and disclose those that aren't. So in the video context, that means redacting faces, redacting identifying images, which can be difficult, but is getting easier every day. The flip side of this is that it's not just the case that police departments have asserted that body cam videos themselves should be exempt from disclosure, but also other documents too. So the policies that govern the use of body cams, certain police departments have refused to produce those. The contracts for purchase and for subscriptions to storage and other sort of services that accompany the video cameras themselves. So in a variety of ways, the adoption of body cams, which are purported to be these tools for increased transparency and accountability for police, are actually being accompanied by sort of widespread secrecy and refusal to produce public documents to the public. So with that said, how feasible is it to actually redact large amounts of video in a cost-effective and time-effective way? I think that's the question. One of the things that's interesting about this particular debate, for those of you who went to panels on the Electronic Communications Privacy Act or on stingrays, one of the complaints in this area is, oh, law is so slow to respond to privacy intrusions. In this area, it's kind of the opposite. When we all of a sudden are creating new privacy exemptions for technology that's evolving very quickly on the basis that it can't be redacted, that has the potential to insulate large amounts of police sort of data gathering from review moving forward, even as the technology that's needed to actually redact the video in a privacy protective way is evolving very quickly. So that's sort of the landscape from a legal perspective, and I'm eager to hear from the other panelists.
Great. Thank you very much. So next we'll have Alia Rahman from the New America's Open Technology Initiative.
Thanks. Hi, y'all. Hi. Yeah, you made it till 3 o'clock. Hi. For us, part of considering this topic is applying a racial justice lens to the technology, to the implications, to policy. And so the first thing that I actually want to add to this discussion is that it is possible that the way we can most quickly and effectively move forward with de-identified body camera footage to make meaningful change is to actually use the methods that have already solved that problem, particularly those where the camera is turned around, literally and figuratively. So where we've kind of making assumptions about cameras for looking at citizens, there's also a lot of research, and both complete and ongoing, about the use of body cameras for studying police. So the reason I think this is important is I think it's a bit useless for us to kind of continue with this conversation pretending that what happened didn't happen. The thing that spun up more energy around this, with significant issues of people being concerned about extrajudicial killings of people of color by police. And so if the reason we're having this conversation is we want to change the behavior of the police, or see what's going on with the behavior of the police, then perhaps we should study the police. So this is one thing that I think we really need to consider. So there are studies, for example, that are saying right now, if you read vendor manuals, a lot of things are talking about, well, you can buffer up until 30 seconds before an event, or you choose to turn the camera on for high detail recording at such point that you're going to make a stop, or that you think like something is going to happen that needs to be recorded. When actually research that says actually when we left the camera on in the police car that paid more attention to why someone decided to make a stop was very, very important. So I would direct folks to Jennifer Eberhardt's research. She's at Berkeley working with the Oakland Police Department to see how can we use body camera data to actually predict bias and to look at officers' behavior, to see what kind of practices are going on before the point that the body camera becomes useful only as a home video of a murder, basically. And so in conversations with police chiefs, I've actually talked to many who would love that. Because they would much rather flag something ahead of time than deal with what happens after someone is killed afterwards. So there's that kind of stuff. So Dr. Eberhardt is a social psychologist who has done things like looked at, watching people's body language when you start talking about crime, eyes shift to black people, things like that. Seriously, this is like a real finding. Disproportionately things like that happen. And so she believes that we can look at conversation, but also body language and all those things to determine how officers are thinking about their job and who they're going to stop in the first place. The second is that, so as a software engineer, the problem of how could we look at people is really interesting to me. So we make the assumption, perhaps because we're so used to using our eyes, that camera data is actually the best way to capture how someone is moving around in the world. I really appreciate the little 8 moving dots that you showed us, because there is some emerging work about motion capture technology embedded into clothing that can actually tell us the kinds of things that we need to then recreate a 3-dimensional model of how someone moved in a situation. So if the question is like, well, how are we supposed to get a picture of the police besides flying a drone around and facing at them? Perhaps talking about smart technology and clothing is one option. So I would encourage us here to think that body camera is the language that we have right now for talking about tech that monitors interactions between police and civilians. That should not foreclose our conversations about what other kind of de-identified capturing systems that we can use to do that stuff. So again, I want to kind of punctuate this with the reality of what's something that Malkia said at lunch. She was here for her talk. Okay, I'm gonna recap it then, because not very many of you were, or you're sleeping right now. So Malkia was saying that while this community is very used to talking about privacy as a fundamental concern around data, that actually within racial justice movements, to which I come as a field organizer actually, and a software engineer, privacy is actually not necessarily the fundamental question. The fundamental question is the technology correcting extreme imbalances in power over who gets to control their own body, what happens to their own body, and others. And so that's actually quite important. We're talking about body-worn cameras, and we're talking about racial justice. And in this country, truthfully, the evolution of race in terms of like when white people were invented and black people were invented, meaning they used to be European and African, right? And then we started talking about white and black, coincides very strongly with the history of when people were allowed to start owning other people's bodies, right? And so this is a fundamental concern. So if you have been through a fun arrest process ever, they are not fun, and even my best arrest processes have been actually very problematic in terms of the fears and the actual things that happen to my body, right? And so when we are talking about a new technology that further surveils a body and further subjects a body of color to potential violence, we have to be really, really careful about why we're assuming that that is the person who should be looked at in the first place. So I'll end on that.
So before you end, I just want you to address two issues, which is some of the body-worn cameras, I'm told, will be recording other information about the officer, like their heart rate, and what your feeling is on that and the release of that kind of information. And I guess I have only one thing. So.
Okay. Yeah, so I think, so we would need to first establish that elevated heart rates meant something, right, or like lowered heart rates. And I think it is possible for us to do correlational work around that, around bias and so on. People have done that. You can do that through other technologies as well, like a Fitbit, like just all kinds of things that don't also require risky stuff, right? So, but the other thing that concerns me about that is that it is good to capture that information, but if we are not actually casting the gaze of surveillance at the folks that we are really concerned about, like whose behavior we are concerned about, I think that we are being a little bit short-sighted and may have a kind of dramatic failure of imagination around what's possible technologically. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And our last speaker will be Morgan Hargrave from Witness. Please.
Thanks, Simpson. Hi, it's great to be part of this conversation. It's really interesting to hear a lot of similarities in the work that we do, which is often on the other side. It's activists and citizen journalists who are often filming police, and to hear a lot of similarities from the other side of the table about the type of issues that we tackle as far as trying to maintain integrity of evidence, how to manage different levels of access for different people, privacy, even metadata. So there are a lot of parallels, and what I'll try to do is share a little bit from our work of how we've tried to deal with some of these issues on the other side, and some of the limitations which we've heard a little bit about. So Witness was started just about 23 years ago. The impetus was the beating of Rodney King in Los Angeles. That was filmed by George Holliday, a plumber who happened to have one of those fancy new camcorders you could hold up on your shoulder like this, and he pointed out his front living room window and caught that scene. That really caused a conversation in America. And today our work is global. A lot of the projects we're working on now are housing rights in places like Brazil, police and state violence in favelas there, documenting military action and potential war crimes in different parts of the world, LGBT rights and how you use video in places like Africa where people's lives are threatened. And so the visual anonymity side is a huge one for us because we're dealing with situations where it's essential often, right, where people's lives are at risk. And we get at that in a few ways. The first is training people how to film in ways that can protect the people that are filming. Simple things like if you're filming a protest, stand facing the direction the protest is going, so you're mostly filming the backs of people's heads. If you're filming interviews, find a creative way to show something that's not the person's face while they're talking. Simple things like this are sort of our first line of defense. We've also tried some technical approaches. So we worked on a smartphone app with a really great group called the Guardian Project. And the app is called Obscuracam, and it's made to try and allow people to, at the time of capture, or even afterwards, blur facial images in photos and videos. We've also tried to use some sort of consumer tools. There have been apps mostly aimed at college students who are streaking or playing pranks or taking naked selfies. And we've tried to use those and see if those types of tools would work in our context. More often than not, we found that they're not perfect, which makes them useless, right? So that's one of the lessons we've learned. Another technical approach we've taken is to try and push companies and the platforms where activism happens. I mean, the work that we do often ends up on Facebook, it ends up on YouTube, it ends up on Twitter, it ends up the same places where people are living their everyday lives, because that's where they're trying to get news out to their communities and to wider attention. And so we've tried to push those companies and work with them to make some of these tools available to a wider audience. So on YouTube now, if you upload a video to YouTube, you can blur the faces in that video. It's buried a little bit in the video manager, but it's there, and we're excited to see sort of what further improvements they can make on it, and trying to push other platforms to adopt those tools as well. Let me share a few of the lessons that we've learned through that work. So the first is, and you've heard this before, that it's labor intensive, because again, you have to often go frame by frame and make sure that you're getting, that you're de-identifying enough. The technical aspect is really hard, as you've heard. Hopefully it'll get easier, and hopefully it won't just get easier for police and for Google, but it will become evenly distributed. One sort of thing that I hadn't thought about until the last couple of years as we've done this is that, you know, putting a blur over someone's face is very dehumanizing in a way that's not helpful, especially in the work that we do, but also in this context, right? So you are now a blob. So if you're the victim of an abuse, whether it be from the police or whoever, you are now a blob that is getting abused, right? And so we've tried to find creative ways around that. There was a really interesting project in Iran last year. Some Dutch journalists tried a technical approach of blurring faces, but then using a facial recognition technology to capture emotions and overlaying that on top of the blur, which makes it really cartoonish, but at least gives you some humanity to the blur. You can tell that there's a smile and the eyebrows go up or the eyebrows go down, and it's a frown. So again, that's one of the obstacles that we've had in this work. Context is king. Video, you know, it's not the truth. It is a truth, and we will all see it in different ways. And that becomes even more important once you start redacting things and once you start obscuring what you're seeing on the screen. Metadata becomes extra important, both for verification and sort of trusting what you're seeing, but again, for also adding context. And finally, people are really resilient and really resourceful at getting around what you're trying to do, right? So if your blur isn't very good, people can unblur it technically, right? If your blur is really good, they will look for clues elsewhere to find out who's in it and what's happening, in good ways and bad. And then we're always trying to keep an eye on the technological advances. You know, Facebook is looking at identifying people when your face isn't even in the video, based on what you're wearing and your body type and how you stand and who's around you, right? There are ways to identify who filmed something by the way that they hold the camera and the way that they move. That's true for if you're holding a smartphone, the way that your movements are, the level of where the camera is, whether you hold it out, whether you hold it close, and that's true for body cameras as well. There's some initial research that you're able to identify who that is. So those are sort of a number of lessons on visual anonymity from our work, which is like, we're a small NGO and we're working with media collectives and movements who don't even rise to the level of a small NGO as far as resources. So we've been trying to cobble together these different approaches, and there may be some lessons here.
Thank you. So we're going to take questions until they shut us down, but does anybody on the panel have a question for anybody else?
I do. I don't really have questions, I have kind of some statements. First and foremost, I know everybody's up here kind of attacking law enforcement officers and everything that's going out there, but there are, just like any other occupation out there, there's good apples and there's bad apples. So I get that as far as, you know, not all law enforcement officers are bad. Number two, the use of the body-worn camera is protection for both the citizen as well as the officer. Whether the camera's pointed at the citizen or the camera's pointed at the officer, it still has both of the actions recorded on the camera. As far as a 360 degree, they do have a 75-degree angle for the smaller cameras, and the body cameras has a 175-degree angle. As far as with the way it's sold to us as body-worn cameras, it does say the point of view of the officer. Even though it is at the head, you can still move the eyes without moving the head. I understand that completely, but and if you're making something so sharp with the high resolution is what you were talking about, we tried it as Taser sold it to us. It's supposed to be close to the human eye as possible. So for example, if an officer does have to use some kind of deadly, lethal, or some type of use of force on a citizen, you can't go to, when it goes to court, it's not so sharp where the jury goes, oh yeah, that was clearly a cell phone or a brush or a comb or something in the citizen's hand. It's what the officer sees at that time and believes it to be. So that's another reason why that video is supposed to be as close to the human eye as possible. It also doesn't have like night vision, because we don't really have that night vision. Everything doesn't turn green at night or red. As far as protecting citizens, we don't release all videos for being in expectation of privacy. For example, yes, if you're out in the public and you have a police encounter, yeah, you're out in the public, not really a need for expectation of privacy, but what if you're in your own residence? You know, people don't just call law enforcement to say, hey, I want to tell you about my day. They're just having a bad day, and normal, everyday people sometimes have a bad day. Why should we make that public to everyone that's out there? What if you have a nosy neighbor that wants to go down and have access, put in a FOIA request, get access to that video? Next thing you know, they know all your business layout inside your house, your valuables. Yeah, if you blur it out, you can still kind of make some things up or make out. And then what if they put it on Facebook or YouTube or any type of social media? Who's ultimately liable for that?
So what I've been told is that for many people, the worst day of their lives are days that they also have encounters with law enforcement. And this creates a video of the worst day of their life.
Yes.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Any other, please?
So I just want to request, in response to your first comment, that I think it's important that when folks are asking to improve practice with police, we are not seen as attacking police officers. Because for the police that I have talked to who want process to improve, that means that they actually have to evaluate their practices, right? And then for those who I would consider to be the best among the police officers, they also want to see these things change, and I don't think would say anything different than I am. So from the perspective of movement folks, it is, I think that I would see that as a fact to say that we have got a power imbalance around what is happening right now, and so we would request the help of everyone in moving forward with better practices, right? And so that is what I'm saying there, right? It is not about everyone being a fundamentally bad person, but that we have structural setup that absolutely has to be changed. And actually, as Malkia was saying earlier, I actually don't think that most of this can be solved by individual officer change. We really need to look at structural stuff.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just comment to both of those, like one of the greatest things we're seeing out of this kind of technology is this behavior change, like across the whole standard with police officers and the public. Like everybody's accountable here, right? So surely the police are, but so are people in our society. So what we have seen agencies tell us is like, when I walk up to someone who's speeding or someone who's committed some kind of infraction or violation, and I'm legally able to stop them and talk to them about what happened, officers have, like, a lot of them have said that person was, immediately really aggressive or really rude to me until they saw my camera, and then complete behavior change, right? And then we've heard that from the other side, where officers have even told me, like, hey, I didn't realize how I was talking to people on traffic stops. This really helped me develop a better professional nature in which I conduct my police business. Like, that mutual accountability piece, I think, is the one thing that this technology, one of the most important things this technology will bring to us as a society and help us heal from these other incidents. So, yeah, I mean, it's on both sides.
So we have now good academic research that deployment of body-worn cameras is decreasing claims of improper use of force by police, but we don't quite know, if you know the statistics. Some explanation is that it's decreasing improper claims of police brutality when it didn't really take place, but it was claimed as such. But it may also be making the police less likely to do that. And that's being researched now. Do we have any questions from the audience? We clearly do. I've been told we have 5 minutes left, but so you'll need to run very quickly.
There's a show, I think it's called Border Patrol, that has people trying to smuggle things into Canada or Australia. And I looked into how they get the footage for that, and they pay a filming fee. So I want to know your thoughts on the commercialization of police videos. It's worth money.
So I can tell you that in DC, they don't want to charge an access fee to gain the video because they see that that's a improper deterrent to some classes of users. And so it's going to be paid for by the city government.
Even if it's on television?
Even if it's on television.
Can I just
Yeah,
add?
please.
Some states will have certain fee categories for journalism and the press and other public interest requesters, and they'll have other categories for commercial use. So I think it just depends where you are.
Some agencies relate that to solve man-hour costs real quick, as well as like, I need an accident report, they charge $2 for that, so that kind of thing.
Other questions?
Hi, I'm Cindy Southworth with the National Network to End Domestic Violence. And I'm curious for any of the panelists if you've been talking to victim advocacy groups, because we are really conflicted on the issue of body-worn cameras, in part because of the intersectionality of oppression. We know that women of color may be more comfortable having the cameras being worn, possibly because it may document any inappropriate or disparate treatment of their partners after they make a 911 call. At the same time, no victim wants to see her video of herself battered, bleeding, broken on camera, on television, in the courtroom. And so we're worried about the chilling effect of survivors not wanting to call 911 if the cameras are on, a rape victim, a domestic violence victim. And then we also know that certain communities are at higher risk of police brutality. So we're very conflicted, and I'm getting literally like 3 emails a day from across the nation saying, what should our stance be on body-worn cameras? So we're trying to do a white paper. So any thoughts or suggestions you have as the panelists would be great.
As a law enforcement officer, I've been in contact with rape victims and people who have been abused. And if I had the camera on, when I went in there, I would see how their demeanor was. And if I felt like they clammed up or they didn't want to talk, I'd immediately turn it off, because we have to take pictures anyways. So if that makes them feel more comfortable, then that's what I would do.
And if I could add to that, there's another jurisdiction which has passed a rule that says cameras can never be turned off.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're turned off, there'll be significant disciplinary action. So in DC, they've had the person wearing the camera leaves during the sexual assault interview, and somebody else interviews who doesn't have a camera.
Right. It depends on the agency.
I think this is one of those areas where it's important to think both about how the video is taken and how it's later disclosed, right? And those are 2 separate sets of policies. So in our sort of efforts to gain transparency around body cam videos in DC, we have been working with a number of victims' rights organizations, and it's a really tricky issue. It's very difficult. It's particularly difficult if you're gonna say, oh, the camera's gonna be on all the time and you're not going to have the right to tell the police to turn it off, even in your own home, even at like your most vulnerable moment. So I think that the question of when the camera will be on and off has to be addressed even before you can address when is the footage itself going to be, exempt from disclosure and not exempt. It's when is the record going to be generated, and what are the ripple effects of the choice to create that video?
Okay, thank you. We've been told to wrap up, but you're welcome to wrap up for us, Martin.
I was just going to add that, when looking at this issue and a lot of the people that we work with, there's sort of like 10, if it's done this way, and then there's a list of 10 to 15 things. So if you are writing a white paper, you need to sort of run through the 10 to 15 things and then make a decision of how likely it is for those 10 to 15, all of those things to happen, and whether they are red lines. And I think I'm not that optimistic, I guess is how I will wrap up.
Well, thank you. On that non-optimistic note.
Can I wrap up with one other comment?
Sure.
Sorry, one other technical comment, because at least 3 or 4 of us were talking about sort of better redaction capabilities and the ability to automate it and make for perfect redaction. From a technical point of view, I think even Google Street View redaction is never going to be perfect. So we're talking about the difference between 1 in 10 versus 1 in 1 million, perhaps, and just sort of dealing with the possibility that a face will be disclosed at some point, or privacy information will be disclosed if we don't put a pair of human eyes on every frame of every video. I just think that's a big deal.
And even then, we won't get them because of very sophisticated post-processing. So I want to thank you all for coming and for listening to this, and there'll be a lot more in this topic.
About 4:26, the next panel is going to start at 4:30, so just a very short break, and then we'll go until 5:30, and then the reception's right after. Thanks.
Fast and furious because we realize that we're standing between all of you and the end of your day. My name is Joseph Jerome. I work at the Future of Privacy Forum, and we're here to talk about practical privacy in 60 minutes or 45 minutes. What exactly do I mean by practical privacy? Well, this is a conference of people who, at least at some, have far greater understanding of technology, of security issues, of privacy than your average American citizen. I look at this in the sense that increasingly there is a proliferation of different privacy tools, security tools, opt-outs, choices, options, and frankly, it's overwhelming for someone like me who tries to live, breathe, and eat privacy. And I think most people just don't have the time for it. And frankly, I sort of have a selfish reason for trying to put this together. Again, as a privacy lawyer, my mom is actually visiting this weekend, and she's very much a technological Luddite, and she always wants some sort of privacy tip. And I've tried to sort of tell her about PGP and encrypting email, and that's just a non-starter with my mom. What I'm hoping to get from these panelists, and frankly from all of you, because we'd like this to be engaging and interactive, and you guys have as much knowledge in this field as us, we're trying to distill this into privacy basics. I'd like to sort of have a couple tips that I can share with my mom this weekend. I'm joined by Megan Land from the Privacy Rights Clearinghouse, Rainey Reitman from the Electronic Frontier Foundation, and Jay Stanley from the ACLU. They all do a lot of sort of advocacy around privacy issues, and so I thought having their expertise would be helpful. Let's just start with the initial question, and they can feel free to ignore it or answer however they so choose. All right, I come to you with a new computer, a new phone. What's your first privacy tip you're going to give a friend who doesn't know what they're doing?
I think, your first privacy tip there with the phone is to take a look at your privacy settings. But taking a step back a little bit, I think that you need to take basic security precautions and implement basic security measures. So just don't be the low-hanging fruit. And basically that's when we talk to consumers, it's downloading anti-malware software, keeping your software up to date. Two-factor authentication is one that I really, really, really like to push on people. And prioritizing your accounts based on sensitive information that's in there.
Rainey, you're up.
So what would my first piece of advice be if somebody came to me with a device? I want to say thanks for organizing this panel. And then I would say, I think the first thing everyone should do, and the thing that is most frequently overlooked in our rush to institute privacy settings, is backing up your data. I think you start by setting up a secure backup, preferably something you're hosting yourself, so that if in the process of later future attempts to engage in privacy practices, you accidentally wipe your data out, you at least have access to it. And then the second thing I would suggest is full disk encryption of your device. And EFF does not recommend specific tools, but rather specific concepts. And full disk encryption ensures that if you lose access to your device, whether it's a computer or phone, you've got assurance that it will not be compromised. And if you have a backup of it, then you still obtain access to your own data, even if you lose access to it or if the police get access to it or whatever. And then a massive component of that is strong passphrases or passwords. And so the third, and perhaps I would say also like top level, highest tip I have is use a strong password manager that generates passwords for you, and preferably one that is not cloud-based.
So of course there's a I'm getting stereo here. There's a curve, a trade-off between how difficult things are and how much protection they offer. And if you're a hardcore technologist, you can do a lot of things to protect your privacy that require a fair amount of expertise, time, sacrifice of convenience, and so forth. I think that like on the very end of the spectrum in terms of the most privacy protection for the least amount of effort, I think, is using DuckDuckGo for your search instead of Google. It's a little bit of a different interface, and it freaks you out a little bit. It doesn't have to be DuckDuckGo. There are other privacy protection search engines.
Do you think
as
it's
well.
as good as Google?
I have been using it now for a good 2 years, and yes, 99% of the time. The one time when Google is actually better is when I'm searching something about myself. And the reasons for that are disturbing. It's much better in searching around myself. And I'm a privacy advocate, and so part of that is that I recognize that privacy is a social good, and there's a lot of ways in which you can't have privacy by yourself. There are certain things you can do, but there are many decisions that we need to make collectively as a society in order to protect privacy. And so I'm at war with that versus I do want to protect my privacy versus I'm as lazy as the next person and I want convenience. And so I'm making these trade-offs myself. I use Google for as few services as possible. There are some services that Google's just too good and I use them for. I actually don't use Gmail. I don't use, 99% of the time I am not logged into Google when I'm online. I use, I've been experimenting with different Firefox extensions for protecting privacy and blocking from being tracked. I use NoScript, which is actually kind of hardcore because it's pretty high maintenance. It blocks all scripts from running unless you affirmatively give it permission, and so it breaks a lot of sites, and so you have to go in and give it permission. I keep Facebook blocked all the time, except when I'm on the Facebook page, and then I manually turn it on, which is a bit of a pain. On my cell phone, I use a program called Llama, which detects my location, and when I leave my house or when I leave my office, it turns off Wi-Fi automatically so that my Wi-Fi is not always on. I use encryption. I use Text Secure for my texts, which is very easy to just replace your normal texting with and encrypts it. And I use a similar thing for IMing. I can't remember the name of it, but it's a Firefox extension. I just had it, and then I have a range of. I should use a password manager. I've been meaning to do it, and I don't. So I have
Let's talk about passwords because and again, I'm saying this just sort of my personal opinion. So everybody understands passwords are terrible. Everybody has a hard time managing them. So let's poll the audience. So how many people out here are using password managers? Okay, that's more than half, I think. That's actually very impressive. So let's see. Does anybody have a password manager recommendation? I'm looking again. What can I tell my mom? What is the password What's your password master password program that you use? Anybody have any thoughts or want to yell something out? Okay.
Many security experts recommend KeePassX.
Okay.
Yes, I've heard that as well.
KeePassX.
Again, my entire goal here is to get information from all of you to give to my mother. So, all right. So, oh, it looked like you had raised your hand.
Well, I have a question.
Sure.
Separate but connected. One of the first things that was said is talking about cloud versus on computer on a device go. But something I struggle with when I'm making recommendations for my parents or people of that generation is the reality is it doesn't matter what I'm telling them to do on their device, but if they haven't done the last 5 updates, there's probably some exploit out there that's available. And so the trade-off between having control of your data versus having somebody who might be able to have an all-encompassing security world is better than what they can do on their own. And I don't know if any of you wanted to address that. I'm talking to less technically.
Exactly. Yeah, that's sort of what we typically say is, first, don't let yourself be the low-hanging fruit. I think even telling somebody to schedule a time during the week that they look at their phone and see what updates they have to install, and installing those is somewhat of a good tip.
Right. I was just trying to figure out how you discipline these types of behaviors because I know I'm busy enough and I get lazy. All right, so I'm going to just bounce around here and try and keep this interesting. So one thing that I had noticed recently, Pew came up with a recent study of exactly what sort of privacy protecting behaviors that people are implementing. And obviously no one is using encryption, but the one thing they are the majority of people are actually doing is clearing cookies. So I was just wondering if anybody has any thoughts about whether that's actually beneficial to privacy. I mean, particularly when you look at the situation where a lot of our current privacy opt-outs are cookie-based. So every time you clear your cookies, you are now you're back into online behavioral advertising and all of those sorts of things.
I actually have a question to tack on to that question, and that is, what made that become a practice that most individuals took on? Why are people clearing their cookies? What was behind that? What kind of an educational push? So if anyone knows, please let us know.
So, I don't have a study here to back me up, but it's my sense, having read other studies that are not specifically backing this up and studying it for a long time, is that, and certainly this is reflective in the news coverage, is that people when you interact with a website and the website requests data from you and you provide it, that's a very clear and obvious data transaction. But when some website is collecting data on you in a hidden way and you're not able to see it and it's just attaching tracking cookies to you, I think that it makes people uncomfortable. And the more they read about the types of tracking that are possible, and the more the Wall Street Journal covers it, the more uncomfortable they get. And so the response has been, well, let me see if I can just clear my cookies. And unfortunately, that's just not enough. Clearing your cookies is not going to maintain your privacy in 2015. EFF has an add-on that we've created. It's free in both senses of the word. And it's called Privacy Badger, and I'd highly recommend people consider using it and consider promoting it. It's a browser add-on that's supposed to help enforce do not track. So only those online advertisers that are respecting the do not track signal will not be blocked. Is that pretty clear? Do not track is a setting in your browser that you can set to make clear to folks whether or not you want to have tracking done to you. And then we have a full policy that we've developed, and you can read on the website about what does tracking mean and what does the do not track standard stand for.
Well, let me ask the audience. So again, I assume everybody in the audience is following or is at least aware of do not track. Can I see a show of hands? So, all right, let me throw this out here. Do we think do not track will actually become a viable privacy protection tool in the next year or so? Anyone say yes? Anyone say no? Oh, anyone? Do you?
It is ignored here and there, so it is not an assurance that you will not be tracked.
So if I can respond, Privacy Badger enforces do not track. That's the whole idea. So EFF built this huge enforcement lever, this way to say, oh, you don't want to do not track? Guess what? You're getting blocked. Oh no, too bad for you. Nobody's going to see your content. We built it. We spent years building it. And this community, the people in this room, could help make Privacy Badger viral. We could be putting it on every computer. Everybody would be using it if we took the time to promote it. Who in this room works at a nonprofit organization with a blog? A couple people? Keep your hand up if you have written about Privacy Badger. We have an opportunity to get this in front of people and to change the entire ecosystem of online tracking. And it is up to you, my friends, to join me in that battle. Privacy Badger, free add-on from EFF.
And I will just add that, I've been looking around. I've been using NoScript for a long time, and a lot of things have been developed since, and I've had to sort of go back and reevaluate what the options are. And there's AdBlock Plus, and there's Ghostery, there's other things, and they all have pluses and minuses, and some of them are not really targeted at what I want, which is not necessarily to have ads blocked. And I actually believe in seeing ads as long as I'm not being tracked with them, which is a big if, obviously. And I think that in some ways, ad-supported content is kind of a social contract. On the other hand, not being tracked is a social contract. So the ads that violate that social contract, too bad, I say. But I was looking for something that really wasn't focused on blocking ads, but was focused on blocking tracking. And I looked at all the different options, and I landed on Privacy Badger. And so, the ACLU, but I should have said this earlier, the ACLU doesn't recommend or endorse things. This is all my personal, as one privacy advocate, my personal, what I've found, and I'm by no means an ideal person, but in some ways I'm the practical person because I am lazy and not perfect and so forth.
Well, we're all
we
imperfect,
all are lazy.
Joe. Yeah. Well, okay, well, all right, I'm going to just, again, to try and poll the audience. So how many people out here are using Privacy Badger? Okay, keep your hand. How many people are using AdBlock or AdBlock Plus? Disconnect and Ghostery. So is that combined, basically everyone in the room is using at least one of those? Okay, well that is a practical tip for the world. Use at least one of these things. Rainey would obviously recommend that you use Privacy Badger. So, all right, I'm just moving on to another interesting way that I try and at least give myself the illusion that I am protecting my privacy, and that is through the proliferation of using different browsers on my computer for different things and having different email accounts attached to different things. So I guess I'm curious to know if anybody has thoughts on, obviously most of us today have at least 2 email accounts, work and pleasure. Does anybody, do you guys tend to have more than one personal email account? Just curious to know.
Yes.
And do you, and why do you?
Well, if you can kind of compartmentalize the communications that you are going to have through each one of those email accounts, then the idea is if you have the sensitive information in one place, you can do more to protect it, or also that email address is less likely to be exposed because you're not giving it out to, say, all of the stores that you shop at. So I think it's a very important thing for people to do if they have the time and are willing to.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to think through my personal email accounts and what I use them for. I would say that I do have a variety of email accounts, and I primarily use them when I'm representing different organizations. So I think I'm a poor example of the email account differentiations, since I think most people are not representing 3 to 5 nonprofits. Jay.
I am only representing one nonprofit. I have my work, I have a personal regular one, and then I have a personal sort of throwaway one that I use when I really don't want anybody to sort of identify me. Sometimes more than one in that category.
Oh, there's a question.
Oh, there's multiple questions in the back.
So I wanted to highlight that a lot of the ideas that we're kicking around here, some of them end up being in conflict with one another.
Right.
So in particular, as an example, the idea of using multiple email accounts and doing two-factor auth. The common way to do two-factor auth is that you link your email account with your mobile phone. Well, if you've done two-factor auth for all of your email accounts, there's now a linkage between all of those accounts, even if you are very cautious about making sure you use them from different computers or whatever. So I guess I would say that one of the first steps for people to say protecting your privacy is to say, well, privacy is this relational thing. What are you trying to protect? And getting people to actually start to conceive of all the different pieces of information that are about themselves and who they do and do not want to have that information. And so in terms of what do we say to our relatives who are otherwise maybe technically unsophisticated, and sorry, but the my mom thing is so old. Can we stop saying my mom? Because
fair enough. I was cautioned I might get in trouble for that.
Yeah,
this
industry has enough of a problem with sexism as it is. But but to ask the non-technical people to say, what is the information that's out there about you? Start thinking about it, because a lot of people haven't even thought about the fact that their email actually lives somewhere physically on a server, that it transits servers as it crosses the internet, like that these pieces are together, and that metadata tracking is the way that the majority of all privacy invasions are done. So when you say two-factor auth, that's a security concern, so that it makes it harder for people to break into your mail, but it actually ties your accounts together. So I think it's important to just ask people to conceptualize what they're trying to do, in addition to the specifics of what they're working on.
Yeah, mine piggybacks really easily on that, which is for each of you who talked about having multiple email accounts, it would be really useful to talk about what the threat model that answers, because having a bunch that use the same IP or the same mobile phone is actually not very useful.
Fair point. Well, so let me sort of bounce away from that to, we're supposed to be discussing where all of this information is out there. I guess I'm wondering if the audience and the panel, if you guys have thoughts on sort of obfuscation. I'm drawing a blank, but Deborah Lipton, she did an interview with Evan Seliger just the other week where she basically suggested that people should start lying about their information. And I always recall, I signed up to check out Axioms about the data, and I looked at what they had on me, and they had determined that I was a BMW owner that plays golf. That neither of those two things are correct. But I've never, ever been convinced or found anyone give me a reason to suggest that I might want to actually disabuse Axiom of this notion, because I feel like if you're going to lump me in as a BMW driving golf player, that looks pretty good for me. So I guess I'm just curious if we can have some sort of discussion about whether people should be giving false birth dates, whether it makes sense to be changing your gender on certain services to get different sort of advertising, whether that's a good thing or not, and a good way to protect our privacy.
I am always conflicted on this one, so I'll defer to.
I'm not conflicted. I definitely say yes. This doesn't seem like a hard question to me. Because I feel no obligation to tell truth to large organizations that are seeking to suck information up about me.
But then at times you will have the issue that there becomes some kind of an authentication problem, depending on who's collecting the data on you and what circumstances, and it's not very clear for the consumer or the everyday individual, so it can actually start to become a problem.
I think this comes back to the threat modeling question the individual in the back of the room raised, which is you have to kind of think through, well, who are you trying to protect yourself against, and what would they possibly do with the data? And so I think it sort of depends on, why would you be putting false information in there? Is it because you want to be plausible deniable? Like, oh, well, that's got a different birthday from me, so it's definitely not my OkCupid account. Or is it one of those, I don't think that advertisers have any right to know data on me, so I'm going to put in all sorts of, random things so that they can't figure out who I am. You kind of have to think through it. I also don't see a ton of benefits in providing the most accurate information to corporations, nor do I run around and publicly urge people to break terms of service in my professional capacity.
You can pretty much find anybody's real birth date just by searching them, which is, it's a problem.
Well, yeah,
It's
but
a
that's
complaint
the
we
whole
get
that's
a
the whole
lot.
that's the benefit of obfuscation. There's
Yeah.
statistically going to be more than one of you with the same name. There's multiple Joseph Jeromes out there in the universe, and if someone's shaking their head that there's only one, but I assure you, I've met other Joseph Jeromes. It's a scary experience.
And also, I think just because, if somebody intentionally tried to find your birthday that they could, doesn't mean you can't throw a little bit of sand in the
Right.
automated gears by scattering different data around.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Microphone?
Sorry, I just want to, this is not just someone looking, it's Wikipedia, where people, not you, have chosen to do research about you for some reason. Usually they like you. And if you have publications and they know where you went to college and so on, it's very easy to go back.
Right.
Or in your writings, you referenced, the year you were born. So you can't obfuscate in that situation because it is aggregating mostly good and valuable information about you. And I know, can I go edit my own Wikipedia page?
And you can't obfuscate if the New York Times Magazine decides to do a profile on you.
Can I jump in, because I know the answer? Wikipedia actually has a policy. If you object to your birth date, it can be rounded. It can be set to a year. And I called when I was writing Technocreep. I called Bruce Snyder and people like that. I said, "Hey, your birth date is on Wikipedia." They said it's not my real birth date. Right? So the reality is you can certainly make up information. I think to answer the other question, what would be a good next project after Privacy Badger is something that allows you to go out there and find what you should be. So there was a thing in the New York Times that if you go to Orbitz for a while from an Apple computer, it detected your browser with Safari and it showed you more expensive hotels. eBay did a trial where they priced something higher if you bought one and wanted to go back and get another one. So you guys need to figure out what's going on in all these e-commerce sites and give us a buy badger.
Actually, the thing about the threat model is really crucial because, for example, one of the reasons, what? But I'm so audible as it is.
Not enough for us, Wendy.
But the point is that one of the reasons I don't give somebody like Yahoo, well, I don't use Gmail, but I do have a Yahoo account that I also never use. But every so often somebody pesters me for two-factor authentication. And the reason I don't enable it, other than the fact that I don't really use those accounts, is I don't want to give Google my cell phone number. And that's where the threat model is really crucial in trying to make those decisions about what information do you want to share and with whom. Do you want to encrypt your cell phone, or do you want to decide that you're not going to do banking on it?
Right.
You know, and that's a perfectly, you know, those are valid choices. The other point I wanted to make about DuckDuckGo is if you are dissatisfied with the results you're getting on DuckDuckGo, bang G and your search terms, and DuckDuckGo will search Google for you, but it will not appear tracked to you. And as Catherine is about to tell us, start page and Quick do the same thing.
Yeah. So we're actually one of the sponsors here, and sorry, Jay, but I want to put in a plug for startpage.com. So we've had a couple of sessions today where the whole issue of how do you get away from Google has come up. And for people who do not know, startpage.com has been around since 2011. We're based in the Netherlands, unlike DuckDuckGo, which is a US company. We have no US employees. In fact, myself and Sally Pays, my colleague, are contractors. We have no US offices because we don't want to go to jail. So literally we are based in the Netherlands, and that's it. And with StartPage, you go to startpage.com, you type in your search, we submit it to Google for you. We get you actual authentic Google results, and then we delete all records of your visit and don't record your IP address. So StartPage is an easy way to actually access Google search results without any of the tracking. And on top of that, if you don't want Google, because a lot of people are concerned about the filter bubble, Google censorship, maybe Google is going to put Hillary Clinton in the White House, I don't know, concerned about what results you might get. We have a second search engine that's been around since 1999. It's called Ixquick, I-X-Q-U-I-C-K. It's real big in Europe, and it gives you results from everybody but Google. So it absolutely fully excludes Google search results, 100% private, don't record your IP address. And the other thing I want to say, we've got a table out there, and hopefully we'll get a chance to talk about PGP encryption. We've made it really easy down to one click with StartMail. It's not free. I guess that's the catch. You got to pay for something. Somebody's got to pay for it. It's $5 a month. And what we do is we simplify the encryption, but just in answer to what you were raising about having multiple email accounts, we've actually created something we think is pretty nifty, and it's called alias accounts. And so when you sign up for a StartMail account, you can create an unlimited number of aliases that are either temporary or permanent. I think you get 4 permanent ones and an unlimited number of temporary ones. And so what that means is you can be Easter Bunny at use.startmail.com, and you manage it through your same inbox. So all of your email flows into the same box. You can reply to it. But when you hit reply to something that's come into one of your aliases, we automatically put your alias address as the address it's coming from. So you can use it to sign up for like the Daily Mail if you want to comment. You can use it to email anybody you want to and have them not know your quote-unquote real email address. And if you find it's getting a lot of spam or you don't want to deal with that person anymore, you put something up on Craigslist and now they're bugging you, or OkCupid and you don't want to talk to that person again, then you can literally just delete the alias.
So just for people watching the live stream, so this is, for more information, they can go to StartMail.
Startmail.com.
Okay.
Right, and we have 7-day trial accounts. Startpage.com and Ixquick.com are the search engines.
So my next, so all right, let's talk about threat models. That was not on my list of things to discuss. It's this big, scary world out there with all sorts of privacy threats. But Megan, I think you could probably speak to this. What should the average person really be concerned about? And I'm open to everybody else's opinions on who they should really be worried about out there.
I don't think there's a specific party that people should be afraid of. I think people have their own concerns, and those are very valid. Most people we talk with, the people who contact us, are concerned about criminals, whether that be identity thieves, stalkers. That's a big group of them. And then other people are very concerned with corporate tracking, and consumer scoring. Those are our big ones.
I think those are all very good. And I would just add that, at EFF, we spend a lot of time thinking about the ramifications of mass surveillance, specifically by the National Security Agency, but other intelligence agencies where they are collecting data in bulk. And there are definitely ways that we can push back against that and steps you can take to start to obscure yourself when you're being collected in bulk that would perhaps not be effective if you were a specific target of the NSA and they were bringing the full force of all of their efforts to go after you specifically as an individual might be tricky, but tools like Tor can help protect you from mass surveillance. So in addition to all the wonderful things that Megan just mentioned, there are other things for bulk surveillance and collection.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we feel the same way. I mean, I think that as a practical matter, the biggest risk to people is security, that you're going to get owned. But I also as a privacy matter, it's imperfect and unsatisfying because there's many ways in which my privacy is being violated that I can't stop or that are too laborious to stop. I've chosen to participate on Facebook, so there's a whole world of privacy invasion there that I try and minimize. But I think, by doing certain things, you can, as I said, throw sand in the gears of the surveillance machinery, both the corporate surveillance and the government surveillance.
Hey Jay, can I just quickly ask, and this is me having a question. So Touch ID, so that isn't protected by the Fifth Amendment, right? Is that where we think that's going?
Sorry, what?
Touch ID. So when you're locking, I mean, everybody, all of my friends I know are using some sort of thumbprint to unlock their phones now because it's easier and simpler, but that is not protected by the Fifth Amendment, correct?
What do you mean by?
Well, I mean, police can't compel you to input your passcode, but they can compel you to unlock your phone because it's not testimonial.
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Maybe you.
I also could not comment on that, but it sounds like an interesting legal issue that I hope makes it to
No, I'm imagining. I saw a court case on it, and I'm always I've become sort of paranoid about that, and I'm not entirely sure what the rule is because I just know as people have been looking for easier ways to have security around their phones that they're adopting this, and then I don't know what the actual constitutional implications of it are.
Maybe this guy does.
If anybody knows, yeah.
The idea is providing your password or any other sort of identifying information that you're using to access the device is an acknowledgement that it is your device and that you have control over it. So that's why it's a Fifth Amendment thing. That said, your thumbprint is probably the one password you can never change. So given that we can lift them with Scotch tape and gummy bears, exactly. May not be the best idea in the entire world.
So I have a couple another comment out there in the audience.
Actually, it's not a quick question. I guess this is directed to you, Rainey, is that how you say your name?
Yes.
One of the things I've wondered about all of this is these lawsuits based on privacy. And the Supreme Court says that privacy is just sort of a penumbra right. It's not an explicit right in the Constitution. Now, in the use of metadata's usefulness is that who has called whom has called whom. So I wonder why the freedom of association is not the better way to go in going against this metadata collection and use of it, since that is explicitly in the Constitution.
Well, I'm so glad you asked that question because we too have begun to think that First Amendment claims for freedom of association would make an extremely powerful case against mass surveillance, which is why EFF is representing, I think it's 30 organizations with affiliations, nonprofit organizations, everybody from Greenpeace to gun rights groups in constitutionally challenging NSA surveillance. And that's one of our cases that's moving through the court systems right now with the idea that there is extremely strong case law on freedom of association and First Amendment rights to associate. And so that's an opportunity for us to try to challenge this through the court systems when, even as we continue to push through it for policy reform and technological fixes, we have a holistic approach. It's like technology and policy and lawsuits to try to push back against mass spying.
I mean, my team at the ACLU is called the Speech, Privacy, and Technology Project. We recognize the intertwined nature of privacy and these First Amendment rights in our very organizational structure.
So let's move on to, I think we've covered quite a bit of privacy issues in the online space. My original format for this would be to quickly talk about online, then do mobile, and then real world. So let's discuss phone issues, and particularly location. And I think we should give some credit to Apple and Google with Android M to finally offering a degree of granularity with location permissions. But I wanted to see if there's any sort of thought or in the room about how everybody thinks about sharing of location information and sharing of location data generally with apps, with phones generally. Seeing nothing,
I'm against it.
So I would just say that I look at mobile as the privacy crisis we're going to be dealing with for the next few years. There are both such huge security issues in mobile and such enormous privacy issues that I think we're just beginning to get on the edge of dealing with them, and that as an advocacy community, I think we'll be playing catch up. And frankly, I think the technology will be playing catch up with the types of threats we'll see coming down the pipe. So I have deep concerns about the advent of mobile's effect on our privacy.
So is there anything people can do? No one's going to give up their phone.
I mean, I was just going to say this is one of those things that it's really a social decision. I mean, location detection is really built into the infrastructure of our phone system, which doesn't mean that the cell phone companies necessarily need to be keeping your location data, and there's no reason for them to be doing that. It's not like they're advertising based. You're paying them. They're not paying you. But that's something that has to be fought politically. And there's very little, I think, that an individual can do. And my technologist colleague DKG could probably answer the questions in detail about location privacy and tracking better than I can. But as I said, the one kind of hardcore thing that I do, semi-hardcore, and maybe somebody can tell me that this is wrong, but I mean, I do use this software that automatically turns off my Wi-Fi when I leave my house or my office, because Wi-Fi is one means of tracking.
Right. Does anybody readily or eagerly embrace any sort of public Wi-Fi in this room?
I do. So EFF has a program, a project called supporting open wireless, and the idea is we're trying to create routers, actual hardware routers that would allow you to both have your own secure private Wi-Fi network and then offer some to the community. The idea being that as a society, we've turned off all of our we've shut down all the Wi-Fi so that when you want to access Wi-Fi, you aren't necessarily going to be able to find any that's available and open. And so we'd be sort of addressing this societal issue by trying to shift the norm so that you would have a certain amount of Wi-Fi that you'd make available to the world. And we think that would be pretty extraordinary.
Go EFF.
Yeah, without compromising your privacy. So having sort of a separate section of your Wi-Fi available to others.
Nice. Well, I think it's very important to educate individuals about the dangers of public Wi-Fi, and I mean, there are very simple tips that I think everyone here probably knows, but don't let your devices connect automatically to unknown networks. Always ask if you're going to get on someone's network what the actual network is called, and understand how it's spelled, and figure it out. Get the password, but don't just connect to anything you see. That's
looks like
practical.
There are questions there, and then in the back.
So one of the worst things with phones, and I'm probably one of the only people in the room who's actually chosen not to have a smartphone because of the security problems with them. Has anybody else?
All right.
You and I. All right. Well, we'll have coffee after this. So I actually had a smartphone for a while. I called it my cat phone because it was about as obedient as my cat. And I was actually interviewing somebody. I do a daily radio show, and I wanted to interview somebody and just record them in a Whole Foods. So I was on the Whole Foods Wi-Fi, which was great. This was in Texas. And then I realized that my phone, which was so Samsung 3G, whatever, I don't even know what it was now. It's been a while, it's been 2 years. My phone didn't have a recording app. So I went online and I tried to download one, but then I thought I better read the terms of service. And I read it, and it said, we will help ourselves to your location data and all your contacts.
And so if anybody in here has an unlisted phone number, if anybody with a cell phone has put your phone number into the cell phone, it's no longer unlisted because they just help themselves to that. I have an unlisted phone number. I don't know how many cell phones have turned that over to people I don't want to have it. Anyway, long story short, I went through 4 different apps, and all of them had the same terms of service, and I wound up not being able to actually do it. So I think the app is probably one of the most dangerous things.
Well, props to you for reading the terms of service and the
actually
privacy
reading
policy.
it, and they were clearly stating it, unlike that FTC case with some companies that have just decided to take that without even telling you in the terms of service. So the other thing, I have an 18-year-old friend who got his first bank account and went onto the Bank of America website with his phone, as he was advised to do by the person who set up the account. And I don't know if anybody in the room knows this because it blew me away. Before he'd accepted the terms of service or signed up for their online app, it turned on his camera, or at least tried to. He had jailbroken his phone. And it said, Bank of America wants to access your camera and take your picture. So what Bank of America is apparently doing is by simply going on their website from a phone, they're actually turning on the camera in the same way that they have security cameras and surveillance cameras in the store so that they can actually capture a picture of the face of the person who's interacting with their banking software. So there's a lot of dangers out there, and I'm not sure that people are aware of them, and I think what B of A is doing is actually illegal. So I've chosen not to have a phone. And my final thing is I want to ask, is anybody in here from Black Phone? Can anybody speak to the Black Phone? So I think that's probably going to be the future of the phone. So if you have $600 to throw at it, it's a fully encrypted, fully private phone, and that's probably going to be my smartphone.
Oh, and Rainey, would you mind talking a little bit about HTTPS everywhere? Because I think that can also be a helpful tool for...
Sure. So another add-on that EFF created and has run for years and is actually maintained in part by volunteers around the world who just care passionately about this is called HTTPS Everywhere. Are most people using it already? A bunch of people. And when possible, it will change your connection to a website from HTTP to HTTPS, and it does it automatically in the background. Once it's installed, it just works. And so I strongly recommend it. I think it's a wonderful tool. And I also have noticed that as HTTPS Everywhere has sort of spread and become prevalent and people are using it, it's been a very effective talking point when we've tried to negotiate with companies to make sure that their websites are HTTPS secure. And so that in and of itself has been a powerful advocacy point. So it's a wonderful tool, and I really urge you guys to use it. And I think we're getting low on time.
So feel free.
Yeah. So I wanted to give props to the EFF both for HTTPS Everywhere and for the Open Wireless Project. I think those are great things. In particular, I think the Open Wireless Project is great because it actually challenges people to say it's not just about what network you connect to, but to realize that actually when you connect to the internet, the network as a whole is basically hostile right now. And so to say, oh, only connect to this one network that you know about, but then you go from there onto the rest of the internet, much of the surveillance that's actually happening is happening at core internet routers, it's happening at internet service providers, it's happening at all the websites that you visit, or not all of them, but it's happening at some of them. And so to focus security as what's happening on this local network as opposed to what's happening on the global internet is a little bit short-sighted. And I think the Open Wireless Project is a great idea because it encourages people to connect to the internet however you do, but treat the whole network, including your local wireless network, as a hostile network. But I wanted to also back up what Jay was saying about seeing privacy as a social good. And if we know that these phones in our pockets are tracking devices, then one of the things that we can do to try to address that socially is to try to change the expectations around telephone use. So how many of you here turn your phone off for an hour a day that you're awake? One person. So I'm assuming that means that everyone else has their phone off for only the time that they're asleep, if it's even off then. So is that because you're expected to answer the phone at all times? Do you expect other people to answer the phone at all times? Okay, but so it's because it's in a jacket pocket where we're ignoring it, right? But we have expectations that we place on others, and we invite others into privacy privacy invasive surveillance regimes. When we invite someone to Facebook, or we send an invite through Evite, or we say, hey, why didn't you answer your phone, man? Come on, when I call you, you're supposed to be on the phone. We are inviting them to participate in these surveillance regimes. And so framing this as a what can I as an individual do about privacy when we're talking about something as problematic as the mobile context is really a limited way to look at it. We have to look at the ways that we ourselves contribute to it, and we have to look at the ways that the institutions contribute to it as well, right? If the only way that somebody can get their first job is if they're on call all the time with their mobile phone, then those folks are under surveillance anyway, by definition. So there's economic incentives, there's social incentives, and we need to be pushing back on all of those fronts. And it can't just be an individual approach to solve a bigger privacy problem.
How do you propose educating the individual about that larger problem? Sorry to call you out, I'm interested.
I think actually the fact that the people in this room don't even feel like they can turn their phones off for an hour is really troubling. So, I mean, I think it would be great if everybody in this room went back to the whatever organizations you work with and say, hey, just so you know, I'm not going to be on call for you 24/7, right? And the reason for that is because I object to this surveillance state. And not only that, but if I call you and I'm forced to leave a voicemail, I won't be mad at you because being offline is okay.
Well,
so I would love to have that kind of conversation starting to happen, and I think it needs to happen socially.
So I think we can actually have that conversation starting now if everyone will commit to turning off their phone and enjoying happy hour after this.
Get the shakes.
So again, thank you all for coming, and thank you to the panelists for sharing some of their thoughts on privacy, and good luck to all of you.
Thank you.
Who's actually going to turn their phone off now? I'll do it. Anybody else wants to?
Sounds pretty nice.
I haven't actually talked about it with any technologists. Maybe they'll tell me it's bullshit, but it seems to make sense to me. I mean, becoming a primary means of secondary track.